Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Night Owl, a show that we do twice a week where we talk about all the latest in pop culture news, TV and movie reviews, gaming news, and just the general conversations of the day. For those who don't know me, I'm Price of Reason, and with me, as always, is my co host, Professor R2. And before I ask him how he's doing, I just want to let you all know that this is our 200th episode. So we're very excited because we've been doing this for a while, and we like how it's been developing and this kind of nice crowd that we have here at night that we hang out with. How's it going, Professor?
Oh, it's going great. I'm glad to be here this evening. Glad to see so many of you out there joining us, and yeah, it's great. We're happy to see this show continue to grow, continue to and improve its audience. New people coming in all the time, and that's fantastic. It's our little show just kind of hanging out here on a weeknight, just talking about whatever's going on. But we're glad that so many of you enjoy hanging out with us and listening to us ramble on about whatever.
It's fun, yeah.
Oh,
And there's certainly interesting things going on today because I saw an early screening of a movie that comes out this weekend with Chris Pratt. And,
yeah.
sometimes you have these kind of early screenings, the ones that I go to, and a lot of times it's like smaller movies and things that are like more niche. This time, I actually went to like an IMAX screening that was like an advanced screening. It was a much bigger deal. They gave me special like 3D glasses, the kind that you don't usually get, like fancy ones and all this kind of stuff. And the reason it's interesting is that usually they only do these kind of advanced screenings, like secret screenings of what they did that I was there this week. If there's a movie that they may have invested money in or had initially believed in, but they're kind of worried about it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah,
Like things aren't
yeah,
tracking very well and they want better word of mouth
yeah.
and things like that.
Maybe they had some early preview audiences or test audiences maybe that didn't respond the way they were hoping to, or
It,
something of that
yeah,
nature.
I can understand a lot of things that happen with this movie, and we're definitely going to get to it. But before we do, just to get out of the way, our more just like topical whatever's going on. I see all the time that we see this Greenland thing, but is this realistic? What do you think is happening with this? I mean, I understand that he wants
Uh,
Greenland, but
yes. Okay, so I mean the whole thing with Greenland, there's a couple of things going on with this Greenland thing. The reason that old Donald has been so focused on it, so strategically, as a base for us, as a base for not just us, but for NATO, for other organizations in the northern Atlantic, it's a very strategic area to help to counter forces like that of China or specifically Russia in that area. So strategically, it's a very important place for us to have an interest in. And we have bases and stuff in the area, but essentially what has been said by Donald Trump, and it's been said by some others as well, is that it's felt that perhaps that the Netherlands, that the EU is not doing enough to actually protect that resource, that area from incursions by the Chinese, by the Russians to try and develop power in that area, right?
right,
So that's one thing that's been a lot of why he's pushing a lot of this. The other side is that there are a ton of natural resources right now that are being undeveloped in that area. Lots of minerals, metals, lots of rare earths that are believed to be available in that area, and quite simply, Donald Trump would like to strategically control that. He would like that to be under the control of the United States so that we could start making deals, infusing money to start helping those operations get started. Because right now, a lot of the rare earths, in fact, almost exclusively rare earths, are produced in China. And so that means that a lot of those materials, those rare earth materials that are needed for a lot of modern technology, like memory and processors and, various different like batteries and other, parts of strategic technologies and economically important technologies, those rare earths are almost completely controlled by China. So to have a resource, to have a place to get those would be huge for the United States and for the business partners that go in there and work to extract those. So that's a really important thing strategically. And so Donald Trump wants to acquire that. Okay.
Is it
How
possible though?
realistic? Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it possible? Uh, maybe. I really, I really feel like perhaps it's that he might not be going about it in the right way at this point. I do understand his negotiating style is very forceful. All goes back to the art of the deal and everything. I get it, but I think maybe he's been pushing a little too hard, being a little too forceful in the way that he's trying to push these negotiations, and it hasn't really had the effect that I think that he wants. I think if we were going to take control there, it needs to be something that's being done diplomatically. It's being done quietly, being done behind the scenes. I think the idea of a military engagement, going in and like militarily taking over that space, would be catastrophic for our relationships with anyone in the EU. It would, I mean, literally, as far as they're concerned, that would be acting like Putin moving on the Ukraine. Seriously. They would put it in the same category. I think a military engagement in which we somehow seize that would be wildly it would be a very, very bad reaction worldwide and would not have the effect that he would hope for. It would not work out well in the end, I think. So it's going to have to be something that's done diplomatically. It might mean, a bunch of companies come together, the government comes together. We, work with them, offering them all sorts of promises, all sorts of money, but in the end, it's going to have to be the governments and the citizens in Greenland that are going to have to decide whether or not they're interested in joining the U.S. So what we really need, I think, is a charm offensive. Although, did you see the Greenlanders posting today, making fun of the U.S.? Did you see any of those?
I didn't see it. What's going on? What did I miss?
Oh, okay. Let's see if I can find one real quick. See if I can find one of the videos. There were.
I mean, they're not happy about it, right? They're not interested in this. From what I can
some of them are not. And again, I think part of that is just a difference in
culture.
In culture, exactly. It's a difference in the culture. It's difference in a way that they would want to see those negotiations take place, and that Trump is being a little too forceful in that.
He's doing the bull in the china shop thing that he does, and I don't know if it'll work here.
Yeah. Okay. So, let's see. This was here. I'll share it real quick. This was a meme that was going around, and what's quite funny is that a lot of people have actually responded to this favorably. Here, oh, come on! Oh, it doesn't want to. Why is it sharing? Okay, let me back out.
What happened? It didn't work.
It's the share button's grayed out. Okay, there, I got it. It just, for some reason, that first time it didn't work. So this is the oh, we don't want the music here. The music will get us busted. It says, if you can't see in the tiny type, it says bringing American culture to Greenland, and it has people imitating fentanyl addicts on the streets of like LA. So that And what's hilarious is that there's quite a few people, U.S. citizens who look at this and are laughing their asses off. Like, yeah, I think these people get it. This is actually quite funny. We do want Greenland as part of America. You guys are great.
I mean, I don't know. The thing is that I was reading stuff that each citizen would get money. I don't know if this is all true. I was reading wild things.
There are a lot of things that have been thrown out about this potential, potential takeover. Making it a U.S. protectorate, a U.S. territory. And right now, it's all just up in the air. There's absolutely nothing that's concrete. There's no offer that's been made. Yes, there were a lot of people that made recommendations. There ideas that have been floated to say that if we did come in, yeah, there would be something like guarantees of certain amounts of money being paid to individuals, or some of that would not necessarily be like we're paying you to vote for us kind of thing. That's not what it meant. Essentially saying that like we're going to come in, and as we develop mineral rights and stuff here, as we start to develop pulling some of these rare earths from the ground and whatever, that the citizens of the country are going to benefit from that. There's basically going to be payments to them like that, kind of like a little bit of what happens in Alaska, right?
Right.
Where citizens are kind of paid. They're like, we draw all this oil, we do all this stuff, and there's payments to you as a citizen of this, for allowing us to use these natural resources and develop those in our area. So, yeah, it's all crazy, man. The whole thing with Greenland, I don't know where we're going to end up with that. It just keeps getting weirder, and Trump gets forceful, and then the people in the EU respond poorly, and then supposedly they're having conversations, and then Trump does some other thing that pisses some people off. I think it's kind of silly. I genuinely believe that if negotiations continue, there is an opportunity there. I think that perhaps in the EU, they might know that we're more situated to protect that country, protect those people than they are. There are still going to be some issues culturally between the two that might mean that they're just not interested in that. But I think for it to be legitimate, for it to be something that's going to be accepted on the world stage, accepted by Greenland, it's going to have to be something that happens democratically, and it is, that there's a real agreement that we come to. It doesn't necessarily mean they have to become strictly a part of the U.S., just like they are right now. They're a self-governing territory, right? But they would become, essentially like a protectorate. They would become territory that is protected by the United States, right? So I have no idea where this is all going to end up. It seems so bananas, right?
Right. Well, we'll have to see how it all plays out. I just he probably could have gone about it in a different way, his kind of aggressive way. It's either sometimes he does stuff that doesn't make sense, and at the end it somehow works, and sometimes he doesn't, and it doesn't work. But I am curious to see how this one plays out, because he's really adamant about it, apparently.
He's been very, very open about what he wants in the end. We will just have to wait and see what actually happens.
What else? Was there anything else interesting that happened today? Like, I
Oh
feel like today in
gosh.
politics, I didn't see something too. Sometimes there's days where it's just a million things
Yeah.
happening. Today, I felt that it
There
was
was
kind.
a let's see. Obviously, I mean, there's some other stuff that's happened in recent days that has continued to drive a lot of the news cycle. Oh, excuse me.
Oh,
One
bless
of
you.
those, of course, was the attack on the church in Minneapolis. And I say attack because that's what it was. That was a terrorist attack on a church. That was not a peaceful protest. That was not, just, whatever. That
Is
was
that the one where
people
Don
coming
Lemon was
in.
trying to
Yes,
come in
that
there
was
with?
when Don Lemon showed up. Their purpose, their reason for being there was to terrify people. It was to scare people. It was to try to manipulate those people through the use of fear. That's called terrorism, and that's exactly what they were doing. And that's why I do believe there will be some arrests coming for that incident in the next few days. That is absolutely unacceptable. That is not if you want to protest at a church, you stand outside and you do it peacefully. You can yell, you can hold
Right.
signs, you can do whatever, but you do not go into a church, interrupting services, terrifying children, terrifying mothers, screaming at the parishioners inside, screaming at the minister. You don't do that. That is unacceptable. That is the reason there's a law against that. There's the
Yeah, I mean, I
there's
don't
a
get it.
law that they passed because
They don't
that
care
was
about the
something
laws.
that
They don't care about anything. And
no, they
Don
don't.
Lemon is
They
such
don't.
an idiot. He's so stupid, Don Lemon.
Yeah.
Don Lemon. Yeah.
Yes. And Don Lemon has spoken numerous times that he knew what was planned. He helped scope out the area. He knew exactly what was going to go on. So he is part of this situation. He's not just a journalist watching. He was not just somebody documenting what happened there.
I don't think he was ever a journalist, if you ask me.
Well, no, he wasn't. But he was an active participant in what happened, and he also needs to be held accountable. So, and I think he very well might be. We will see. Hopefully, there is something coming in the next few days. There may even be some other arrests coming in the next few days of some more, let's say, some higher up officials in the government in Minnesota. Might also be involved in some of these arrests.
All I know is that I never see anybody. Nothing ever happens to anybody. I don't know who really needs to be arrested or not. But I'm just saying, like, we always hear all this stuff and nothing happens.
Yeah.
It's kind of odd.
It's funny. I actually replied to someone's post today on X. So they were talking about how apparently the DOJ is investigating how Ilhan Omar and her husband were able to go from basically nothing in their bank account to a year later being worth $25 million. And, trying to figure, where did this money come from? How did they get this? Well, whatever. And, someone was saying, someone made some joke about, I went from eating, the 99-cent ramen to the fancy ramen this year or something. And and I said, basically, you have a greater chance of being arrested and put in jail than she does. Like you're more likely to face some kind of consequences for your mysterious ramen habits changing than her making $25 million overnight. I mean, it seems like I don't understand. There has been so many demands from Trump's base, from the Republican base, standing behind Donald Trump, standing behind and holding up, the ICE and all of these other groups inside of his administration, and they don't seem interested in actually making any of those arrests happen. I'm baffled by it, but at the same time, perhaps they are making real cases. They are trying to build out real solid cases before they move on these arrests. But I don't think you need a solid case for making any arrests in what happened at that church on Sunday.
It looked bad.
You've got their faces.
Bad.
You know who those people are. You saw their conduct, and what they did is very clearly against the law. Again, there are laws passed.
There's the FACE Act, right? There's something called
the FACE Act.
Yeah.
There's what's often referred to as the KKK law, essentially saying you are not allowed to disrupt religious services, to to terrorize people, to forcibly do stuff to people. Like that kind of thing is simply not allowed. And so, yeah, they definitely broke some laws, federal laws that hopefully someone is going to hold them to account for.
Well, we'll see. Who knows?
Yeah.
But,
See, there was that. I saw there was something earlier this evening. Ended up being nothing. Did you see the news about Air Force One? He's headed to Trump was headed to Davos, and Air Force One turned around and started heading back to
I
its
saw
home
something.
base.
I saw something trending, but I didn't really know what the detail was. So
Yeah.
I know
So
such a thing happened.
earlier this evening, Air Force One turned around. It was just barely over the Atlantic. It turned around and began heading back to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. And initially, people were starting to wonder, like, what's going on? Like, is there some major world event that's happening? What's happening that he would need to come back to DC? It turned out that it was just about a half hour into the flight. There was a minor electrical issue. There were some issues. I think they said someone reported maybe some cabin lights were blinking or something like that. And so, out of an abundance of caution, they were returning to ground the plane while they investigated the issue. And then Trump and his whoever's with him was going to continue on a different plane. So it ended up being nothing, but a lot of people earlier this evening were speculating on all sorts of stuff.
I see. By the way, for people that are, there's a few things I want to say. If you're on the Rumble app and you haven't yet opened an account, you should open an account on Rumble and you should follow us there. And if you happen, sometimes I have a few different channels on other platforms. Make sure, whatever platform you're on, make sure you're subscribed or you're following or whatever, if you enjoy what we're doing here, of course. But this is a very specific place where we do these kind of live streams. So make sure just that you're, following us and all that good stuff. And of course, like I said, if Rumble is a great platform for free speech, it's the Rumble. Rumble is where it's the headquarters for the Night Owl. It's where we really launched this show. And so we always like to celebrate free speech. And if you're watching through the app and you haven't yet signed up, you should do that because it's free. There's other tiers you could do that are not free, but you could also do it for free and then follow us and all that good stuff. And with that out of the way, I guess what were we gonna? That's a relatively brief political thing, but you know what? I'm actually quite happy that it's brief today because it's our 200 episode celebration, and I feel like it's good that we can talk about other things. Like, for example, I saw that movie with Chris Pratt, and that's pretty cool that I saw that.
Yeah. It's called Mercy.
It's called Mercy. Yeah, let me see. I wonder what the score is on Rotten Tomatoes. It's probably going to be 0. Let's see what it is.
Be nothing so far. We can always check in on the Rotten Tomatoes score for the amazing, the incomparable show, which of course you got your review out for earlier today.
Man,
which is Starfleet Academy.
I don't think people can understand how much I say it and people think I'm joking. I can just, it feels like I'm suffering, like making that review. Just trying to think of what the plot is and trying to explain it to people and try to make it make sense even with my explanation of the stupid things that I'm watching on screen. Really, really difficult with that Star Trek show. But let's start with Mercy. You were there for the premiere, Professor. Was it okay, that review I did for those 2 episodes, or was it passable
it
at
was
least?
good. It was good. It was clear. There was some pain. There was some suffering that came through in the delivery of that review.
It just seemed like I was angry.
You know what? I feel you. I understand. This show, it was astonishingly bad. From what I have heard, Price. This is just what I have heard through the grapevine, episode 3 is even worse. Episode 5 is when they really ramp up how terrible this show can truly be. There's apparently there is going to be a homosexual something, some kind of LGBTQ plus relationship thing going on with the half Klingon lady.
I see.
Whatever that she's gonna have. There's gonna be some LGBT stuff going on there, and then that the show falls off a cliff after 5 because they didn't spend anything on the budget for those episodes until you get back to the finale for the season when they up the budget again, but it's still the show never recovers. It is a disaster.
How many episodes? How many episodes are there in this season?
I believe there's 8 total episodes. Yeah.
Ugh.
So
And
it's sort of you get through the, like I said, the 3rd episode is even worse than the first 3. The 5th episode is going to set the bar for how terrible this show can be.
you know, on the one hand, this sounds like something that's unwatchable, but on the other hand,
Yeah.
I almost feel like now I have to watch it, and I'm gonna regret all of this, but maybe I'll even watch it, and maybe I'll do a review.
Maybe you just do one more review, just summing up the entire disaster that is the show.
I don't know. Listen,
that's easier, I don't know.
I'll see what happens. I posted my video on my main channel, like on the, I posted it, and it was so late in the game. I don't even know if I hope a few people will end up watching it. If people like it and they ask me, maybe I'll review more episodes. But it really was difficult. It was. Like I said, when you watch a show and you understand that there's a good plot and there's a story, or even there's a plot that you don't agree with, at least you could sit there and just be like, okay, this is happening, they should have done this, they should have done that. But with these type of Kurtzman Trek shows, I can't really sit there and say, oh, I know how to fix this. There's nothing to fix. You're watching a bunch of crap. It's all awful.
Oh, yeah,
you know
no,
what I mean? There's no fix.
No, there's nothing redeeming about this.
No.
There's nothing you could do to, adjust this or adjust that, whatever. The thing that really pisses me off is that what I have heard, the rumors, they've been pretty heavily spread around, is that the Dead Man mentioned in the chat, is that they're going to bring back Benjamin Sisko in episode 5. And to sully the name of one of Star Trek's greatest characters, to bring him back and put him in this show.
How much did they pay him? I feel they must have paid him a fortune.
Yeah, for a long time, he has said he would not come back to Star Trek for love or money, which is why I still don't believe that he's actually in this episode. I still don't buy. There's lots of rumors out there. I still don't buy it. He has for a long time said he's done with that character. He's not coming back.
Well, we'll see what happens.
If he's there, you Kurtzman. That's all I have to say. Don't touch Benjamin Sisko, you filthy son of a bitch, because I'm sorry, that's disgusting.
Just going to be the worst. That's the worst thing that could ever happen, that they bring, like, all the time that people wanted a movie or something to know what happened to him. Like there were so many things that interested people, and at the end, if he suddenly appears on this thing, it's just there's nothing sadder than if he appears on this show. But let's not think about that yet. Let's see what happens. We'll see what episode 3 is.
Like I said, I will have to see it to believe it. I'm not subscribed to Paramount Plus right now, so it'll be a little hard. But oh my god, just the idea of it just makes the bile rise the back of my throat. But let's talk about Mercy instead. What's this? Chris Pratt. I understand this is sort of a futuristic thing. What's going on?
Okay, so basically, Chris Pratt is some kind of police officer, detective, whatever he is. I don't know what, like some hotshot police officer. Very early in the movie, this part was kind of funny, but unintentionally funny. I guess it's supposed to be in the future, but in the future, because there's so much homeless people and crime in LA, they decided to like expedite like the how you process criminals. And it's kind of funny because they're showing like footage and it's supposed to look like apocalyptic, but honestly, if you look at the footage from LA now, it kind of looks like what was supposed to be like spooky and futuristic crime and whatever in LA and homelessness just looks like LA now. So I'm like, well, that kind of they didn't really do a future there. That's just kind of like the present. So because they have all this crime, they come up, I guess, the police department there, which would never happen because the police department there, that's the last thing they'll ever come up with. That they have a system that they get criminals, and then they have like a 90-minute way of like judge, jury, and executioner 90 minutes. They take the criminal, like tie him to this kind of chair that has a screen with AI in some room. You have like an AI judge, and within 90 minutes, you have to like explain to the judge uh, why you're not guilty of this crime and why even there's like a reasonable doubt of like you not being guilty for this crime. You have access to like phone records, camera surveillance. You can like talk to people, kind of like on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you call like your friend. You can talk to people. You can like get witnesses and whatever. Now I'll tell you what, I understand that whoever sat there and thought of this thought it was a cool idea. Sometimes you have a cool idea that sounds good in theory, that you and I are talking about, like, man, that would be kind of cool. But then when you go and actually do it, doing it versus the idea are two different things. And there's also another issue that I think doesn't work here is that within those 90 minutes, he needs to speak to like family members. He needs to speak to another officer. He needs to call like, some office, some law enforcement office. He needs to like go and look at documents, do stuff. It is unreasonable, even in the most futuristic or whatever they're trying to show here, that within 90 minutes, this guy can reasonably prove his innocence. Like, I just feel like it's too much of a stretch. It's too much suspension of disbelief, and that's really the issue that I had with this movie. That I watched it and I said, "This is just utter nonsense. This is like and I said this. I actually posted a review on on the live one channel. I posted one this evening where I explained that the movie, anytime he wants to talk to somebody, that person talks to him immediately. But in real life, how many times have you tried to call somebody and they answered you immediately?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter if it's
Not
family
often.
members, friends, or whatever it is. You're not, if you need 10 people that you need to talk to them, and if you don't talk to them, you may not be able to prove your innocence. To imagine that like 5, 10 people are all going to pick up the phone when you call, that's just doesn't make any sense. And the whole, there's twists and turns and twists and turns, but I feel like they're kind of predictable. And at the end of the day, something about the movie doesn't fully work. I will say though that like I'm sure this thing is going to get like a 0 from critics, and I'm sure that maybe even some people are not going to like it. I will say this though, maybe it was the IMAX, maybe it was the IMAX 3D, maybe the fact that like Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson are rather likable. Like, I like them. I don't mind seeing them in a movie, and there were certain aspects of it that I didn't hate. I could tell that, like, maybe with a different, execution, with a different plan, maybe there was some kernel of an idea here that wouldn't have been terrible, but the way it plays out is that it kind of like I said, you if you stop to think about anything you're watching on screen for more than like 5 seconds, it all falls apart. You have to basically be willing to say, okay, this is a dumb B level, popcorn, mindless movie. And if you're okay with like stupid, mindless fun, maybe mindless movie, popcorn, whatever it is, maybe you could sit there and have a decent experience. That's what happened to me. I didn't give this a failing grade. I know it's not a good movie. It's a movie, though, that I sat there. Yeah, I'm mildly entertained. It was stupid. I kept thinking of all the issues the movie had, but I don't know. Like I said, Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson really try very hard, and there's an ambitious idea, I guess. I think it's better than War of
Yeah.
the Worlds. People were saying, "Oh, it's like Ice Cube and War of the Worlds." I'll say that this one is better. I mean, yes, there's still him sitting and there's the windows and like him opening videos and stuff, and that's kind of annoying. But I feel like it was more well thought out. Like I like the idea that he's going through all this surveillance to do all this investigating. Like maybe if it wasn't something like this, it was just a guy in the future that had all these elements and all these tools to catch criminals that we don't have today, and the way he and his team would go about it would be like more futuristic. Maybe that would be cool. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that there was no idea that could work here. It's just the way they did it wasn't good. Another thing I was thinking while I was watching it is maybe if it was like, let's say, a mini series where there's 7 episodes and he has 7 days for the trial. Like each day he has to bring stuff and he has to talk to witnesses and prepare it. And it's not that kind of thing where he's like 90 minutes ticking clock, because to think that for 90 minutes you can prove on trial that you're innocent is ridiculous. I don't care what year we're in. I don't care if California has more homeless people than today, or more like people crime or whatever it is. I None of that makes sense to me. Like 90 minutes is not reasonable.
Yeah, that's kind of silly. Obviously, they're trying to do maybe like a 24 kind of thing where it's like happening in real time.
Absolutely, and the thing
That
is that, but again, let's say, so this is exactly my point. What was 24? 24, I think that at least 99%, 95% of their seasons, except for that last one that I think was 12 episodes, 24, you had 24 episodes a season, and every hour was an hour of the day. Were there a lot of conveniences during those 24 hours? Sure. Was it like a bunch of nonsense at times? Sure, but it at least tried to do it, and it was a little more reasonable, and there was some fun to be had there, especially in the earlier seasons. As it progressed, that show, it kind of went off a cliff. But I will say that the early seasons of 24, they were trying to do something very ambitious and cool that wasn't being done, but at least they had like 24 episodes to tell a story each season. Whereas here they're trying to shove all of that in 90 minutes, and it doesn't feel like it's working. They were supposed to release that in the summer, and the fact that they moved it to January means that they were planning on the summer. They understood, maybe, I don't know how they do it, if it's test audiences or what they did, but they came to the conclusion that this movie is not strong enough to be like a summer blockbuster. This is a movie that they thought maybe we'll do it in some downtime. They're probably thinking, listen, January, you don't have many movies with like bigger stars or things like that. We have
yeah.
this crappy movie. It does have Chris Pratt in it that people like him. Maybe we'll release it and people will be bored and won't know what to do, and they'll just go see this thing. That's what they're hoping for. And at the end of the day, the lucky thing for Amazon is, does it all really matter to them? They'll just dump it on their Prime Video. Even if they paid a lot of money for it, even they didn't pay a lot of money for it, it doesn't really matter to them. Like, this is a drop in the water, I would assume, for Amazon. So they'll find a way to make use of it, even if it's just on their platform. They spent billions of dollars on like Rings of Power. I'm
Oh,
sure
geez, yeah.
like this isn't gonna bankrupt them. That's just and like I said, I think that they'll make some money from the movie theater, not a lot. I think they'll make something, and then they'll put it up on Prime, and that'll be one of the movies they give on Prime. Sometimes they spend like hundreds of millions of dollars just on making a movie for Prime. I'm surprised that they even released this to the theater. I'm not sure why they did. They usually don't even release.
I think perhaps they just didn't have anything else. I literally think they put it in the theaters because they didn't have anything else to put in the theater. So why
Yep.
not? I guess I don't know. Of course, historically, January, early February, those weekends are reserved as a dumping ground for the stuff that the studio has no faith in and expects will be a failure, right? They don't expect, no matter when they release it, they don't expect it to ever make money. So, maybe that's contracted that it be released, not just put on streaming or not just straight to video. That there's something that it does have to be in theaters. And so this is a, very, very common thing, has been for at least a decade. You dump this stuff in January, early February when they don't expect anyone to be in the theaters.
I guess so. I mean, listen, they have to release it. Maybe they figured they'll release it sometime, and even if it's for a small window, they do have a stronger within the crap that's this month, where all the movies are these kind of smaller, most of the time indie ones, or smaller horror ones, or smaller whatever. This is one of the more high profile movies that they've released in January at all. So they're hoping that it's not a good movie, and if they would have released it in the summer along with, like, not that there was such good movies there, but they figured they released it there, it's certainly not gonna drum up any business, where they probably figured that if they do it in this January thing and there's no other movie, it just, as a default, somebody will be like, I feel like going to see a movie. What's out there? It's Chris Pratt. They show him, like, in some photos. I think initially they showed him sitting on a chair. Now some of the posters show him like carrying like a gun and stuff, like being more action. When most of the movie is just sitting on a chair, and that's really an issue. I think if you have Chris Pratt, and I think he can do action. You kind of want to see him do more action. You want to see. I want to see him walking around with a gun, a little more action. I don't know. There was a better movie that could have been made here. Unfortunately, this is not going to leave much of an impression. And I don't even mind Rebecca Ferguson. I like her. It's just that, what can you do?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on a chair on the cover, but now if you look at the poster, he's like holding a gun. Like, now they're like, no, he's not sitting on a chair. I think that the reason they did this is they probably, like, people are telling them, listen, they think it's like Ice Cube with War of the Worlds, and they're like, okay, let's do a new poster. Here he is with a gun, and what do you think about that? And then, like, in the background, like, you see Rebecca Ferguson, like, I don't know if that picture, looks great, but she's not a bad looking woman. Kind of paste her there in the background. You see, like, him with a gun. They're trying whatever they can here. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, this is a thing that's been done for ages, especially if you see some of the real cheap, like, asylum film knockoffs and stuff. They always put the characters on the cover in some situation that they never actually in. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look. He's fighting off a killer robot in a mecha suit or something, and then you watch the movie and there's absolutely nothing like that anywhere in the film. But they got to get you to rent it. They got to get you to click buy or to check it out at the store or whatever. It's pathetic. That's kind of sad that a major studio would consider doing something like that.
People are
But
saying, "Oh, we have a Minority Report at home." Yeah, you know what? That movie does
sounds like
whatever
it.
this wants to do better. That's a better movie. Uh, there, I will still say there was something that could have been done here. It just wasn't done properly. I I I didn't feel like it was overly preachy or people were bothering me, too much. One could argue, or like maybe they're saying that it's too much, like law enforcement is good, isn't good. But I didn't feel like anything was like over the top aggressive here. I felt that this was just like it was an escapist movie. It's just the escapism is nonsense. A part of it is unfortunately just full of nonsense. But I didn't feel like this was a 2 hour lecture or anything like that. So if nothing else, Fandom Monk says, was he in a chair the whole time? Okay, so this is a bit complicated. First of all, in he's sitting in a chair, but there's some parts that, like, we have access to footage of things that he's done. So we're seeing things that he did that were more him not sitting in a chair, kind of footage of that. But most of the time, just as far as the plot goes, he is sitting in the chair. I don't want to spoil it. I'll just say that there is a possibility that maybe at some point he's not in the chair, but let's just leave it at that. I don't want to spoil anything or ruin it if anybody wants to watch it. It's just that I would have liked to see him, without spoiling, I'll say that if you see him not in the chair, you don't see him not in the chair a lot. Do you get what I mean?
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Like,
Uh,
most of the time he is in that chair because he's tied to it. There's, like, he's shackled to the chair. He can't move. Uh, the whole idea is, if the trial ends in 90 minutes and he can't clear himself, he can't say that he's innocent, he gets electrocuted, and then he's deleted. So he's working against the clock 90 minutes to not delete himself. But that's what I was also telling you. I understand that people could try to do like a more efficient way of law enforcement, but 90 minutes for a guy to prove, what if the guy has a headache or he has a medical issue? You know what I mean? Like, you can't just say like, okay, 90 minutes. Plus, they all have to be, all the people have to be at home and have to be on their cell phone and have to be ready to answer his questions. It's preposterous, you know?
Yeah. The idea you're going to form and present a case, no matter how much access to data, whatever that you might have, no matter how much access to people that you might have, that you're going to form and make a case in 90 minutes is kind of ridiculous, especially when you're not a you're not a legal specialist. You're not a lawyer. You don't know
Right.
how all
Why
this
doesn't he
stuff
have
works. You're just an individual, right?
right, why doesn't he have like why doesn't he have access? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Oh, I think Istophobos sent me a trailer for next week's Star Trek. Do you want to watch it?
Or that's tomorrow's episode, right? I think it's coming out tomorrow.
I guess so. It looks awful, but let me
It looks appalling. Really. We can show it though.
okay, let me
In
see.
case some other people haven't seen it. Yeah,
I can't really share this because this is our DMs Ista, so let me see if I
what I can. Yeah,
can you find it?
he sent it to me as well. I was looking around for it, but I'm not really seeing it elsewhere. Let me see if there's a way for me to.
Star Trek, Starfleet. Just like quickly, I was looking at the thing. It looked awful. Episode.
Yeah, it appears there's going to be a prank war.
Okay, I think I got it.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Oh, this looks awful.
Oh, you're sharing it? Oh, there we go.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
What the? Whoa! Oh boy. Starfleet cadets. We did this because we could. This is war.
We are about to have a prank war on our hands. They shenaned once, they'll shenan again.
Well done. You kids accessed our security.
Is that an accusation? My cadets and I will continue to outflank, outmaneuver, and outplay yours.
I like this game.
This is only going to get worse.
I couldn't be less excited to see something than this crap.
So we have this whole thing that's set up in in the previous episode, all about the War College, and that there's this other school that's been around during the time when there wasn't a Starfleet Academy, and so now we're setting up like this Hogwarts, competing houses BS. Where, oh, look, we're better than you are. We're going to win the House Cup or some sort of
right. And Alex Kurtzman,
like that.
Alex Kurtzman said, I don't know if you saw this and I said this in my video today. He did interviews that he said that he really wanted this to be like a show that his son would like and his son's friends. And he's like, it has to be like Harry Potter. It's like, dude, you are a fucking idiot. This is not Harry Potter. This is supposed to be like a very serious establishment. You don't send a bunch of jerk-offs to like Starfleet Academy. You need like, serious people need to be here. This is like jerk-off central. Sorry, go on, Professor.
It's no. You're right. It's absolutely ridiculous. And this is supposed to be, again, this is Starfleet Academy. These are supposed to be the best of the best. Do you remember, Wesley Crusher, Price?
Yes.
As annoying and irritating as his character could be, 3 out of 4 times he showed up in the series. Wesley Crusher, how many times did he have to test? Did he have to study, prepare?
It was a big deal, yeah. Also,
work to be chosen. He was even not picked on one occasion. Despite being brilliant, despite working hard, despite being, almost given the opportunity because of his past and the ship that he's on and the family he's part of. Like, he had to work really hard to be one of the best, to be chosen, to be allowed into Starfleet. And here we just have just these morons. I was joking with someone earlier today about how, and actually, I guess I said something about this Sunday on Mr. Brown's channel too. Like, we see the head, Holly Hunter's character, the head of the Academy. Before she's recruited to be the Academy, she's running essentially a daycare center. She's running a kindergarten, and the reason she was the perfect choice is because she's still running a daycare center when she takes over Starfleet Academy, because these kids are morons. These are not the best of the best. These are not the most capable young men and women throughout the galaxy. These are losers.
They're losers, but I'll tell you something else and I said this in my video, so you heard me ranting about it. There was in the beginning of the episode, there's an 8-year-old kid that she's in charge of. Okay, she's responsible for an 8-year-old child that's now is going to be brought up within the Federation system because his mother was arrested. So she's in charge of the kid. She sits with him. The kid steals her comm badge, runs away, and never returns. And because of a sandstorm, she doesn't even go looking for him. So he basically is gone. And for years, he's gone. When have you seen somebody lose a child that's 8 years old, and then they tell her, "Why don't you watch these children over at Bajor? Why don't you do the Starfleet Academy?" It's like, okay, if you have a resume, if you're looking at a resume of a person, lost 8-year-old child that was never found, done. That person is not watching children. That person is not getting an academy. But in this twisted kind of Kurtzman world of good and bad, she's the good one. Even the chancellor, not the whatever his name, the admiral that comes to speak with her, he's like, "We're so sorry. You were right about not separating kids from their mothers." What are you talking about? His mother was a criminal. That's why she was arrested.
Yeah.
If there's no law that says that if you're a criminal, and not only that, it wasn't even some petty thing where you're like, well, she stole a loaf of bread, she was very hungry. There was a man that ended up, dead from the Starfleet, a Federation officer, whatever it is. They killed a person. So a person died, and yeah, she was the accomplice. She wasn't the person maybe that killed him, but as the accomplice, she was arrested. This is not a situation that it's like, no, well, maybe we should be nicer about it. Nice about what? You know what I mean? There are laws, and based on reasonable laws, that lady was arrested. The fact that once the lady was arrested for being a part of a major crime, and her son was now in custody of the Federation, that doesn't mean you don't need to separate the mom from the kid if she committed that kind of crime. It's like,
yeah. Well, I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to send the kid to prison too?
Right. What exactly? And also she's like, "Oh, we were really hard on your mother. We're so hard on what? What are you talking about?" You know what I mean? And she escaped, and she's a fugitive, and she's like, "Oh, we have to try to help her." It's like, lady, you're supposed to be the chancellor of this fucking place. What do you mean you're going to help some fugitive? This is the dumbest chancellor / captain in the history of chancellors and captains. And the fact that this is the one thing that I hate, and this reminded me also of Martin Giro, who I also have no faith in, and I always say this with Stargate. On Quantum Leap, when he didn't know what to do and he was doing all of his agenda peddling, he started trying to emulate other shows. He's like, "Oh, this is an idea that worked in Back to the Future. This is an idea that worked on 12 Monkeys." But the thing is that Quantum Leap is neither of those things. You have to understand what the franchise is that you're the custodian of. And the other thing I was saying is, it's one thing if, let's say, Alex Kurtzman has a series of home runs. You know what I mean? He does 3-4 shows that are all Deep Space Nine level minimum, the Deep Space Nine Enterprise, whatever you want, the Next Generation. He delivers those kind of programs. Even the original series, he delivers those kind of shows, and then he says, "You know what? I have a little experiment. I want to try something a little quirky." Then you say, "Okay, well, he's trying something different, and maybe it works, and maybe it doesn't work, but at least he's earned that credit and that goodwill from people that'll be like, okay, let's check this out." This man has earned no goodwill. He's just an asshole. He never cared about this franchise. He doesn't do the minimum research. If it turned out that he never even watched all the episodes of Star Trek to date, I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like the man doesn't know anything.
Oh no, and he doesn't want to know.
No, he doesn't care.
He does not care one bit
Like,
about what's going on here. It's funny. Well, anyway, I've had a few conversations. I even had an exchange with Cabrutus Rambo on X just a little while ago, talking about the absurdity of this show and how stupid the choices were that they made in this. He specifically was bringing up the fact that they have all of this representation that's just been crammed into this show. Oh well, we've got to have people that wear glasses, and we've got to have people that have disabilities. They're deaf, or they're blind, or they're in a wheelchair. 1,000 years in the future, we've got to have all of these things in there. Why? Well, obviously, it's not because those maladies would still exist, right? Literally, we can already cure deafness for many, many people. I have a cousin who was born deaf. He can hear because he has cochlear implants. We have, all sorts of technology today that is advancing rapidly to be able to allow people who would be in wheelchairs to, it just potentially in the next decade be able to move around with the help of exoskeletons. These are not far-flung future technologies that no one's ever heard of, right? These are things that we can do, and they have all kinds of technology that's been hinted at or directly addressed in episodes of a series that happened 1,000 years before what's happening right now in this ridiculous show, where they're able to, cure things like spinal injuries or whatever that might cause someone to be in a wheelchair. They're able to fix blindness by the addition of bionic implants. That's shown literally in the shows and then in the films of The Next Generation with the character of Geordi. There were even opportunities for him to have his blindness cured with an actual cure, getting back actual eyes, physical eyes that he didn't want, though, because he felt like he was losing too much because he had become so connected with the use of the visor. It was part of his identity and part of his skill set. And so he didn't want that. But all of these disabilities, there are cures for these. Guess what? There's a cure for something else too, Price. Obesity.
Yeah, you have that cure today.
There is absolutely no reason for any person of any race, unless it's genetically that race is all like fat, and at that point it's not really obesity.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But they have to insert all of that because all they care about, all the writers care about, they don't care about the storytelling. They don't care about canon. They don't care about internal logic and consistency in the universe or in the stories. All they care about, the overriding thing, is the identity politics. It's making sure that they have all of that representation crammed in everywhere they can. And if that doesn't prove to people that this whole idea about representation is nothing more than pandering, I don't know what else would. It's absurd.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know what to say, but it's just, I'm just speechless. It just annoys me so much that this guy got to be in charge of Star Trek, do just crap over and over again, and just continue to do it. Like nobody would remove him, not him, and not Kathleen Kennedy. It's like the two biggest franchises of sci-fi ever, and you can throw in Doctor Who in there as well, which also they destroyed. They managed to take like the trifecta of science fiction and just destroy it, and all for the wrong reasons, all for that kind of agenda peddling. The thing is that if they were actually smart and they weren't idiots like Kurtzman, you could actually do stuff where you address maybe even social issues or things like that. If, like in the original shows, you do it in a more kind of nuanced and clever and kind of allegories and things like that, where it's more like social commentary, None of those shows forgot that you, first of all, need a crew of people that look competent, a captain that's in charge, people that take their work seriously, and adventures that are like interesting and cool. You needed all of that first. Now, if there were other stories and underlying themes, you could do that. But if you don't have a story, it used to be that no matter what activist, even if you want to say that there were people that were activists, they understood one thing: if you don't have a story, and if you don't have something that interests people, that's loyal to that genre or whatever that's supposed to be, you don't have a show or a movie or whatever it is. Today they're just like, who cares about all of that? Let's just do our agenda peddling. We'll do this, or oh, we saw this, we like this show, now we can make this show that it'll be that show. No, you can't make this show to be that show. Do one. All these years, he couldn't even do one fucking show that felt like Star Trek. The only thing that came a little close, barely, is just because like he let Terry Matalas do that third season, still tying his hands, forcing him to say that Picard was the robot, and all this other shit that he dumped on him. But with all of that being said, like, he tried at least to do something that wasn't a complete insult. And again, it's a mixed thing, but at least I could feel that there was a guy that was trying to do the right thing. If nothing else, Picard season 3, I could feel there was a man that cared about it and was trying to do something with his hands basically tied behind his back. But that, aside from that, nothing under Kurtzman. He hasn't once delivered anything. I don't know. It's just just the disrespect. Like, I don't know. And it's the same also with Star Wars, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. I was there was some lady that I was arguing with Star Wars. Did you happen to see that?
No, I don't think I did.
So there was something. There's this lady. I'm not really familiar with her, but let me see if I can find it.
If you want to look that up, we've got a few people in the chat with some responses to our discussion, rant, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me highlight that.
Some people were saying, let's see, who did I see here? Caleb Levine said, "Professor, their impairments aren't disabilities; they're superpowers." Oh yes, trust me, I know. Istophobos was saying that that the reason that all of this is happening, right? That he says Prof doesn't get it. The disability is their identity. You can't cure it. You must accept it. Curing it would be like genociding a marginalized group. Yeah. Oh no. Trust me. I understand how these woke psychotics think. I totally get it. Right. To cure someone, to help them to no longer suffer from a disability, is in fact the most uncaring and hateful thing that you can do, according to these psychos. So if you are someone who is blind, and I was told that we could cure that tomorrow, I could fix it so you weren't blind anymore, there would be some of these leftist woke tards who'd be out there yelling and screaming that I'm trying to erase a marginalized group because I'm curing their blindness, and that's going to erase all sorts of different groups and whatever. That's gonna, they don't need to be cured because they are what they are and whatever. Yeah, that's fine. You know what? Next time you get get some kind of a parasite and you need to take some kind of drug or something to help you get rid of it. No, just continue suffering from that parasite. You need to start identifying as someone who has worms. Okay, just start identifying yourself as someone who's a wormy. Okay, and then just spend the rest of your life suffering miserably from having those worms, rather than actually just getting an over-the-counter treatment that could get rid of that for you. Okay, that's what you're telling these people who are living a day-to-day life where they are at a disadvantage to everyone around them because they're paralyzed, or because they have some kind of disability, blindness or hearing or whatever. To tell them they're just supposed to live their lives that way and be some sort of virtuous martyr because they're part of some marginalized group. It's all part of the same BS, just absurd victim Olympics that everyone is, wants to be a part of, that it somehow makes them better, that they have some sort of disease or suffer from some sort of affliction like that. But you know what can't be tolerated? Children with Down syndrome. Gotta abort them right away.
Wait a second. We have a few things. We have
Yeah.
a few things. I noticed 2 super chat things one I didn't read here. Hold on one second. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on the super chats. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go on. Whatever you were saying is good.
Oh, no, I was done.
Okay. Okay. So we have the real head case for 199 says congrats, get to work. Thank you very much. And then we have Nerd Wars 222, which is Erwin, and he sent 5 Price of Reason Live gift memberships, which I thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, Nerd Wars. I try to make it on his show on Thursdays. I've been many times. Sometimes Thursday is a day. Sometimes there's like a new movie or it's sometimes a bit tricky. But when I can, I absolutely enjoy being on that channel. And Erwin does some great streams there. And thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Very, very kind of you. I see people even received it. Hayden Wayne received it. Zach Updegraph, Justin Channels, Adam Gray. Oh no, Adam Gray, that's just the Phobos says. Inverse opinion. And I don't know. I think somebody else got one, but I can't find it. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Erwin. Thank you for helping us celebrate this occasion.
Very much appreciated, Erwin. And appreciate when you sending raids and people over to the channel and everything as well. We really do appreciate that. Caleb Levine says, how do you know the people in those wheelchairs are actually disabled? This is the future. Those turds might just be lazy. I did see one argument from somebody, although it doesn't really hold up because they didn't have the right makeup on. But someone did point out, there was a species that we saw in Deep Space Nine that they were legit in a wheelchair, and she chose to stay in her wheelchair. But that was a very different situation. In that episode, do you remember that episode, Price? There's a lady that comes on to Deep Space Nine.
Okay.
And she's in a wheelchair. But there's a very specific reason for it. She's from a planet where the species evolved there on a planet with lower gravity. So she's not physically unable, because of the difference in gravity. She's physically unable to move around capably on her own. She has the wheelchair. She has like, sort of an exoskeleton thing she wears at one point. But also at one point, Bashir says, and even begins treating her, saying, I can cure, this problem for you. We can actually build up your muscles. We can build up all of your, nerve endings and all of this stuff to allow you to walk around and interact normally. So he can actually cure this issue with her, but it's not a disease. It's literally just that she evolved in a different climate. She evolved in a different, ecosphere. And so they, eventually she decides, no, she's willing to accept having, needing to use exoskeletons, needing to use a wheelchair, because she doesn't want to lose the ability to return to her home world and still, go back to that same environment. Because she's basically told that once this happens, she'll no longer be able to, to go back to her home planet.
Basically, what you've given now is an example for writers actually using some creativity to how do we address a certain issue, but how do we make it work within the lore of this show that we're doing here? And that's smart. That's smart storytelling, where you want to sort of use some kind of tool or something that you want to incorporate into your story, but you're also thinking about what universe this exists in and how to bring it to the screen in a way that's not going to seem like, it's out of place. And that what you
Yes.
described now, that's smart. Alex Kurtzman, it's a couple of things. One, he doesn't want to do something like good. He's an idiot and he wants to do crappy things. The other thing is, even if he wanted to do something good, he just couldn't. Alex Kurtzman, my opinion of him is, much like with Kathleen Kennedy, they absolutely do not have the skill to do this. And I'll tell you something, science fiction, things like Star Wars, things like Star Trek, things like Doctor Who, you need people that understand what science fiction is, real sci-fi writers that really get it. If you're just some activist, hanging around and trying to do stuff, there's no way you're not going to be able to really know how to do it. See, if Kurtzman, let's say, was like a master storyteller, then he would, let me put it this way, and I've said this before. People said Squid Games was very pro-commie, whatever it is.
Mhm.
Maybe it was, but at least the first season, I can tell you, I sat there and I was like on the edge of my seat. Maybe they were all like the biggest commies ever, and maybe they didn't like the West and they didn't like capitalism. You could say everything, but the one thing I'll tell you is I sat there and I thought that the story was interesting enough for me to watch the whole season. And whatever it is that the guy making it thought to himself, it didn't affect my ability to enjoy the story for whatever that story is. It doesn't mean that once I'm done watching Squid Game season 1 that I suddenly want to be a commie or whatever it is, but I'm saying that I could still enjoy that story because somebody took the time to write a story that actually had layers to it, that had characters, that had character arcs, and they brought you into the story, even if you don't even agree from wherever they came from. Kurtzman is not that guy. You know what I mean? It's not that he's capable of like writing interesting stories, and then you watch him and you're like, well, he kind of is quietly shoving this agenda in here. All he is agenda. All he is agenda and ripping off other shows. He is an absolute fool. I told you before that his whole career is he latches on to other people's projects. He's kind of like maybe he's a good marketing guy. Like he walks into studios, helps projects get sold, attaches himself as an executive producer, collects checks. The only time that somebody has ever said, okay, you're the number one guy, you're in charge, here's Star Trek, is only Kurtzman. He only got the opportunity for Star Trek. Nobody's ever left him number one in charge of anything, and I can see why. He doesn't have the skill. It's the
Oh,
worst.
no,
It's a
not at
perfect
all. Not at
storm.
all.
It's the perfect storm of him being like an idiot, being an activist, and having no skill. And honestly, it's not very different than what we got from Kathleen Kennedy either. It's also a situation that she always played fourth fiddle to people, where maybe she was fourth fiddle producer on some production that there are all these like creative geniuses involved in it. The one time that they're like, okay, here's the keys, and we're giving you the keys. Now you're in the driver's seat. And yeah, it turns out that the reason why she was fourth fiddle her whole life is because she's not a good fit to be number one.
Mm-mm.
And same with
Clearly not.
Kurtzman.
Clearly not. Yeah,
Kurtzman is
yeah.
like that guy is the biggest, in my opinion, of course. Here at Price of Reason Studio, this is just my personal opinion. He's such a weasel because, like, somehow he was a disciple of J.J. Abrams, and J.J. Abrams himself is a hack, and Alex Kurtzman is somehow, nobody ever knew this was possible. Somehow he's a bigger hack than J.J. Abrams. Like, as bad as J.J. Abrams is, Alex Kurtzman, I dare say, is even worse. This is no compliment to J.J. Abrams. J.J. Abrams is a disaster.
No. J.J. Abrams is just maybe a more successful version of Kurtzman. He got a little higher up the ladder than Kurtzman did.
Right.
But they're the same sort of grifters. Same thing.
Anyhow, I wanted to show you this post. So there's this lady, I don't know, I guess she's been doing Star Wars contents for years. I don't even know what she does. She wrote The Last Jedi ruined Luke's character. Like, quote, no, Chad, it actually made him a more interesting, complex, and realistic hero. And she was standing, fighting with all these people. I've heard that she's bothered some people. I don't know. She was fighting with all these people online. And at the end, what I did is that, there was something here that after she did the thing about like she's fighting people and telling them how great, it's not a good faith argument to say that like they did great with Luke Skywalker. You know what I mean? And I know that anybody that says that is not making a good faith argument. And sure enough, I did a few searches just to see who this lady is and what she's about. And I found a post. She said here, grateful to have spent the last 6 years building a community of wonderful Star Wars fans who love the fandom, the franchise, and creating an inclusive space for all to feel welcome. And then I posted this, and I wrote, "You've built nothing of the sort. You're just another activist masquerading as a Star Wars fan, and here's the proof." So there was a tweet of hers that says, "Tired of the cishet male Star Wars fan agenda."
Yep.
And there's so many things wrong with this because, how do I explain this to you? And this is what bothered me. Barbie is very much female centric, okay? I'm not expecting that Barbie will be a movie for cishet male or whatever she calls us. You know what I mean? I don't expect that.
Mhm.
Barbie is a movie for women. I understand that. Even when I sat there and I thought it was crap, it was complete propaganda shit, whatever it is, but at least that is a woman brand. If they want to push whatever things there and that appeals to women, if nothing else, it's their brand. They also turned up to see it. They went. It was the only case that Hollywood did that kind of anti-patriarchy nonsense, and there was a lot of money to be made there because they made it for women, and women like Barbie, and they went and watched the movie. So there was a target audience for it, and I think that either they didn't mind the whole storyline with the patriarchy, or they did mind. I don't even know, but that was a property that they could do this for, and you could say that that is not a property where like cishet males. You're not going to go into a Barbie movie, and Barbie is going to be washing the floor and scrubbing while like Ken is a womanizer and has like 7 mistresses. You know what I mean? That's
Yeah.
not going to be the Barbie movie, correct?
No.
Like there's never going to be a situation you'll see like a Barbie and Ken movie and Ken is like, rolling up like, in a limo with a bunch of like supermodels, like, doing what is it, powder, snowy powder or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, Bolivian marching powder.
Bolivian
Yeah.
marching powder, and then like all the ladies are all like into him, and like Barbie is there and she's like, cleaning the floor and scrubbing. That you'll never see a movie like that, right? Because it doesn't make sense. That's not how the target audience works. The same thing for Star Wars. Star Wars was before Kathleen Kennedy tried to make it something else, was primarily a male-driven brand. Now, that doesn't mean that there weren't women there, but the women that liked the brand liked it as is. All the women that I know that liked Star Wars, the ones that are like the classic Star Wars, not these kind of weirdos that suddenly, for whatever political agendas, pretend to like the Acolyte or whatever it is, because I don't believe they actually like it. I believe that it's very much a political thing. That's why also nobody watches these shows. They just go online and like tweet about them, but then nobody's there to watch them. But I guess what I'm saying is that it was a brand for men. These quote unquote cishet males, that was the high rollers. That was the VIP clientele of Star Wars. I often with my friend Ro, who is in in that TV show Revisited that you were there the other day, Professor. Um, we often talk between us how these kind of middle-aged men that everybody dismissed, those are the guys that spend the most money on all this stuff. You know what I mean? If you for years said like Star Wars has like a collection of OT characters, action figures, something new, whatever that they're launching like at midnight at like Walmart or some shit like that, there would be people standing online to buy those action figures. Okay, they'd come up with a new version, like they'd release like the trilogy every 5 minutes in a different version. People would buy it. The shirts, so many just things. I don't know. I'm a weirdo. I have things that I think nobody has. I have like for some reason I have like 8mm copies of like a abbreviated version of like the of A New Hope. Why do I have that? I don't know. But I guess, do you get what I'm trying to say? I also have, I think Revenge of the Sith. I have like the trailer they had for Revenge of the Sith. I have like what they would show in theaters. I have that. Why do I have the trailer at home on a thing? I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't even explain it to you. I couldn't explain it to you. I don't know. I have a VHS of The Empire Strikes Back, like an old one from the 80s. Why do I have that? I don't know. Not one that I got in the 80s, one that later I found and I wanted to have it, so I have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that, these are the people that used to actually buy stuff. So all this cishet male, whatever it is, like cishet male agenda, it's like me saying like Barbie has a woman agenda. Do you get why this thing annoys me? Why this whole argument
Oh,
is in bad
absolutely.
faith?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and it's cis het, by the way. Cis heterosexual is what
Oh, it's not
that's
cishet? I didn't even know.
the yeah, cis het. It's quite frankly, it's offensive. Way of
Cishet.
referring to men. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing is weird. Cishet. I always thought it was cishet. It's not cishet. It's
Cis
whatever.
het, as in cis heterosexual, yeah.
Whatever, man. Y-
I
you
mean,
know,
if you read it as an English word, it would say cishet. That's what it would say. It's not English. It's
See,
nonsense. And
it's a
so,
word.
yeah, you.
I guess it's a word that I read a lot, but I never say it because I have nobody to say it to because I don't care about it, and I wouldn't use that term. It's such a strange thing. Like, see, the reason why it's kind of annoying is that like we were just men, okay? And then somebody didn't like that and they added this to like label us a certain way. It's like, no, we're like the OG, you know what I mean? We're men. You want to call yourself something else, like a variation of it, you can go right ahead and call yourself whatever you want. But like we're the originals. Like we're the OG men. That you can't suddenly say, no, you're not men now. You're cishet. Or sorry, cishet. Cishet is even worse than cishet. Cishet sounds I'm an even bigger jerk off than when I say cishet.
Yep.
Anyhow, I
Yeah.
don't know how we got here.
Oh.
Tomahawk said
yeah.
shitheads.
Yeah.
That sounds kind of like that. Yeah. Anyhow,
The whole cis thing happened back in the 90s. It was a way for the trans community to find a way to try to marginalize people who were of what would be considered the
just regular people. Yeah,
normal, regular people who
I'm a
identify
regular
with the
person.
same gender they were born as. Yes,
We're
that was an
regular.
attempt to try and marginalize them in various ways.
So stupid. I never, you know what? I like the fact that I never bought into that. And I'll tell you the truth. It's not because I'm some kind of like, I'm an activist or I really care. I'm a live and let live kind of guy. It's like, if you wanted to go and like call yourself all these names or do whatever and make yourself the cis, whatever the fuck that is, you want to call yourself that, go right ahead. But to go and label me as that, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
leave me out of whatever it is that you're doing. You call yourself whatever you want. Just don't bother me about it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's greedy, Professor. That's what it was. It was greedy.
Yeah. You have to find some way to try and call out and identify some other group. It would be like us deciding, that transgender. We're not going to call you transgender anymore. We're going to call you something else, right? We've decided that you get a different name when we talk about you or whatever. It's frankly offensive, and anytime somebody uses cis or cisgender. When someone has not asked to be identified that way, it should be taken as it is meant. It's an insult. So, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Then we have, what's his face? A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Did you watch that?
No, I did not. I did not watch that.
Well, I watched it, so
I have so far from the people who have told me they saw it, they had pretty good feedback. I'm interested to see what you have to say about it, Price.
Okay. The first few minutes of it, I'm like, oh no, this is going to be terrible. Like I had a bad feeling the first few minutes, because it starts off like it's trying to be a little more like humorous, I guess, or I don't know how to explain it. The first few minutes of it kind of annoyed me. And then I kind of, it kind of, as the episode went forward, I warmed up to it a bit. You know, there's always going to be this issue, and this is the same thing. Like when you think of Star Wars or a lot of other things that have been ruined, I can't get over the fact, it's always hard for me to get over the fact that Game of Thrones, ultimately, their flagship show, the final season, shit the bed. You know what I mean? So it's hard to take
Mhm.
something that you know that their main thing was shit the bed, and now you're watching like the things that are surrounding that shitting of the bed, hoping that they won't shit the bed, and even they keep shitting the bed. So it's kind of, it kind of the way I would feel if now you said there was like a Yellowstone spinoff. Maybe I'd give it a chance, but I can't forget the fact that they kind of, ruined the last season of Yellowstone.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's hard to ignore it. But and also even with House of the Dragon, I watched the first season, and even though I was really annoyed with what happened with the series, with the main series, I didn't dislike that first season of House of the Dragon. Started watching the second one, never even finished it. I don't know what happened there. It just felt like, it was not on the same level as the first season. One of the executive producer showrunners were gone. Everybody says that it's good. That like initially we're like, oh, it's fine that he's gone. He was the woke one. You know what? I don't know what he was, but I feel like he probably made the difference because from the second he was gone, that second season of House of the Dragon has not been very good. So it's another situation. They're like 0 for 2. Twice I sat and watched, and twice it ended up like, being disappointing. This show, it was fine. I watched an episode. It's fine, I guess. I didn't love it. I wasn't like, thrilled. I just thought it was okay. It felt very short. It felt like the episode was like 35 minutes or something,
Mhm.
which, in a Game of Thrones setting, I think you kind of need an hour. 35 minutes, I barely even was able to, you know, absorb who these characters that are being introduced to even are. And just when you're just thinking, oh, I think I understand, whatever, it just the credits are rolling. The credits rolled, it seemed like in the middle of nothing. It's just like it left off like on a whimper, like just nothing was happening, and suddenly there was credits, in my opinion. I'm not saying I need like a cliffhanger every week because that's like cheap and stupid sometimes. Sometimes you don't necessarily need that. But I will say that, okay, you don't need a cliffhanger, but at least give some kind of feeling that you're ending, the episode on some kind of high note of sorts or something. Just leave me with some food for thought. The episode, like I said, I'm like suddenly there was a credit and I'm like, wow, like it's over now. So that's how I
Mhm.
felt about it. Basically, I guess it takes place between House of the Dragon and the main show, and it has Dunk and Egg. I don't know
Yeah.
which one of them ends up being what. I didn't read the book, honestly. I don't know if one of them is a Targaryen or not a Targaryen, Baratheon. I don't fucking. Do you know? Do you know who these guys are supposed to be? I don't even know.
I don't actually necessarily know. I have heard. I have a friend who's read all of these books. He actually very much enjoyed these. Or I believe they were called the Tales of Dunk and Egg. Were the books that were out, and he liked them. They're much lighter in tone. They're meant to be slightly comedic. They're meant to be a little bit more instead of like focusing on big wars happening between gigantic forces with dragons and all the political intrigue and stuff. It's meant to be kind of a smaller tale, kind of an adventure of these characters in this world of Westeros. And he told me that he very much enjoyed these, right? uh I have not read them. I don't really know that much about them other than, like I said, what I've been told by others. So yeah, to me personally, this sounds more interesting to me than the House of the Dragon did. Like, oh, let's go do another like, big, houses fighting against each other kind of thing. I just like doing something smaller, doing something with more intimate stuff with the characters. That sounds like a more interesting way to kind of explore Westeros in a different way than just doing another, huge battles and wars, political intrigue thing just over again. So, but no, I unfortunately, no, I haven't gotten to see this yet, and I haven't read the book either. So,
It's the Phobos. If you're listening, I just sent you a DM. I don't know if you're around.
Yeah,
You
I think
said,
he's still in the chat. He was saying that he watched this, so
oh, okay. Yeah, I
if we
sent you a
had,
DM.
yeah,
Hold on one
don't know if
second.
he'll join us here in a minute, but
Feel like he went to
um,
sleep. He
no,
ran
I think
away.
he's still here.
Okay.
Um, the let's see, yeah, so yeah, I mean, I don't really know who all the different characters are. But to me, this sounded like an interesting take on something a little bit different. Of course, it's coming from some pretty limited material. I think it's who was saying, Sammy Sung was saying that the book was like less than 150 pages. It's basically just a short story, so it's not a whole lot of material to draw on for doing this. Quite frankly, I just would prefer that George R. R. Martin got back to writing his books so they're finished before he's dead. I don't think that's going to happen, frankly. I don't think he's ever going to finish his books, but it'd be nice if we thought he was at least trying. So
Yeah. Ista, you want to join the conversation? I think I sent him a link.
yeah, he might be hopping over to his mic or something.
Oh, okay.
I don't see. Yeah, there we go.
Okay, here. Ista, do I need to do the thing where I paste the bear in the thing, or you have the? Let's see. I can't even hear him. I see him here,
Yeah,
but
he's still muted. He'll. I think he's
he'll make it work.
setting up.
Ista built his own microphone from scraps, kind of like Ironheart. He's like the Ironheart of our stream.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
He made this from scraps in a cave.
Right? You're the Ironheart of the Night Owl, Estepobos.
He made this from millions of dollars of materials at MIT, but still feels like he's disabled.
I made it from a box of scraps in my man cave, which has lots of boxes of scraps.
Yep.
So, the episode is 42 minutes, which is exactly an hour-long show with commercials. I sort of wonder if they paced it out to be that. The episode was not offensive, but it was boring as fuck. Like nothing happened, and like it didn't. The one thing that happened was really gross. They're going for the lowbrow laughs. It's fart humor, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like initially it started off, I'm like, I don't know what I think about this. As he got to the place, okay, so it's not really full spoiler. Honestly, we couldn't even spoil it even if we wanted. There's almost nothing that happens in this episode at all. It starts off that there's a guy that I guess he has a few horses and he was like a squire to some knight or something. And now he's pretending, I think he's pretending that he's a knight because he's saying that the other guy knighted him before his death, but I don't even know if he did knight him.
That's a big thing because in the book it's very ambiguous, and in the show they're really implying that he's lying. And in the book there's a certain chance that he could have, and so Dunk ends up being a very famous, well-known, like one of the best knights in all the Seven Kingdoms. And Egg is actually a Targaryen in disguise who went out to explore among the people, although why you'd let like an 8-year-old go do that, I have no freaking idea. So they both become much major they're both very large characters in the overall lore of that world, but they're gone before Game of Thrones starts. But Dunk is the ancestor to Brienne of Tarth, so who's like the badass female knight.
Yes.
Okay. That kind of makes sense. Okay, so let's I just want to look quickly at these super chats, then we'll continue.
Okay.
What's your view on Curtis Yarvin and his political concepts such as neo-cameralism and the cathedral?
Oh,
Professor?
boy. Wow, are we going to get into some seriously philosophical discussions about
no kidding.
government, political philosophies, and alternatives to liberal democracy?
I think that if you had
okay.
like something that's sort of a paragraph, if you had like a quick, like, to address as in maybe a paragraph.
You'll need a whole show for this.
Do you know,
This is, by the way, from Michael Hassler. Thank you for the $5.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you know how in like Alien, and then in like the Alien Earth, which was, my God, an awful show, but how the whole company, how the whole world is run by corporations. That's kind of what neo-cameralism, the idea of that is. Basically, instead of having a government where people are like elected, you essentially have a huge state that's just a corporation. It has basically its type of monarchy, essentially, where you have a CEO at the top who is brought to the head of this giant corporation that holds all the property rights and owns all the territory and even technically even owns the residents. And then the governance of everything is essentially set up as a giant corporation with assets and shareholders and whatever. And so the idea is that the rather than having a leadership that is elected, instead you have a management of this state corporation that is accountable to its shareholders, and that leadership can be replaced if it mismanages the assets of the state. Quite frankly, it's every bit as convincing as any science fiction I've ever read. The whole idea is kind of nuts. But if you watch something like Alien, where you see there's these corporations that own the world and run everything, that's basically what that idea for that political philosophy is.
Oh yeah, that's perfect.
I think this was a great answer, Professor. You addressed it. You did great. I personally have no idea what you're talking about. I didn't know anything about it, but you sounded great talking about it. And I think that Michael Hassler, I think sure got his $5 worth with your explanation.
You could spend an entire semester talking about political philosophies like this and their benefits and their upsides and their downsides. Quite frankly, I just think it's total science fiction. It's ridiculous.
Complimenting you about your explanation. Everybody's very excited.
Yeah.
May I add a sentence?
Sure.
Yes.
So, the government is formed by a network of influential institutions, and they create and inform the social and political norms, and they maintain power by defining the boundaries of acceptable thought and discrediting or canceling dissenting voices to ensure its continuation. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah. Part of the corporation is their job as a state. The corporation is to maintain order, and much of that involves shutting down anything that is not beneficial to the corporation, which means criticism of the corporation. Anything that brings instability to the corporation, such as protests or civil disobedience or any of those things. So I mean, it's something. Basically, combine a giant corporation with Big Brother, and you get the
It's like if your government was run by the church, but the church was Walmart.
I think that this was a great explanation, and let's move on to the next super chat. Karate Werewolf, it's based off a book series that isn't finished yet. Another one that's not finished?
Yes. But
nothing he's ever written is finished.
Yeah, they're short at least.
I think there should be a rule. You don't finish the series, you don't get the show. You need to finish your fucking books. Sorry, Sean. I recently, I think that, Sean, I haven't been apologizing to him. I feel like I use bad language more.
We got an hour and 38 minutes in before we got our first sorry, Sean. I'm
Oh, wow.
yeah. that's-
Right. I mean, you and I, basically, I use a conversation that we had, and I posted it as a video, as an isolated video. And even though I bleeped out all the bad words, Sean said, "Why aren't you saying sorry, Sean?" And like, I think I was so upset at Kathleen Kennedy at her stupid interview that I forgot about Sean completely. Uh, then we have,
This
you
is
know,
my favorite.
the real head case. What do you guys think about Sydney versus Taylor?
Are they fighting?
Sydney versus Taylor?
Sydney Sweeney versus Taylor Swift, I imagine. And when are they fighting?
I didn't hear. I heard that Justin Baldoni, like, Sydney Swift said something about him. Never. I don't remember anything. Now I have to check what
Yeah.
this means.
She called him a bitch.
Right, but I didn't see anything.
Yeah, I know. I didn't hear anything about it either. Well, on the bright side, he could write a Hedge Knight book in a day because it's only a 120-page novella. But would he? Like, he can't seem to write anything that he needs to.
I see. I understand why they're saying it. There's a rumor that Sydney Sweeney is dating Scooter Braun. Now, Taylor Swift hates Scooter Braun because they had that whole fight about the catalog and the music rights. Personally, if you ask me, listen, I'm not going to lie to anybody. I'm sure that Scooter Braun guy is a slippery guy. I even, at some point back in the day, I may have even talked to him once. A very, very long time ago, just when like Justin Bieber was starting or whatever it was. I think there were a few artists that Scooter Braun was involved in, and there was at least one artist that I think that I reached out to him and I asked about him. So I think that like one time I talked to the guy. This is maybe like 15 years ago, and maybe like a brief conversation of a few minutes. It's not like we're not buddies or anything, you know what I mean? But he's been around the industry. He famously, I think that he saw a YouTube video of Justin Bieber singing, and then he thought to himself, I'm going to make a ton of money on this. And then he did. He actually made a ton of money building, Justin Bieber's career. And listen, I don't know the guy. I'm sure you don't get to the place that he gets with all the money and all his wheeling and dealing. Probably a slippery guy. Couldn't tell from that brief conversation I had with him. But at the same time, he's a businessman. And the thing with Taylor Swift, what she did with him, I thought was so stupid. And, everybody always makes it seem like all this stuff with the music rights was such a big win for Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, I don't think it was a big win for her at all. Because what happened was, I don't know if you all remember this, she had a record label. Okay, let me start with this. I don't know why we're doing this. You got me started on this. I'm going to regret talking about this. But basically, Taylor Swift was sort of playing country or whatever. She was a teenager, and she had a father who had resources and lawyers and, understanding of business. And basically, he bankrolled over the years the whole thing of building her up, the lessons, the music, all that stuff. He bankrolled that. And then when she wanted to become a singer, he really helped, and there was this label called like Big Little Big something, Big Finish. I don't. Big Finish is a Doctor Who. I don't remember what it's called.
I think it's Big Machine is the name
Big
of his label.
Machine. Yeah, it was close enough. So basically, from what I remember, her father set up that deal. Now, the Big Machine people, they said, listen, we'll make her a star. We'll make her a star. She'll make like, hundreds of millions of dollars. If like all our plan goes to her, there'll be a lot of money here. I don't know if they knew that she would be as big as she was, but they're like, we're going to make her a star. Now, in return, what happens is the first 5 albums, we own the masters to that. Now, at that moment in time, Taylor Swift was nobody. Nobody knew who she was. And those are the type of deals you make when you want a company to spend millions on building you up. You can't expect people to invest millions of dollars in something and not to get anything in return. And then what happened is that I guess at a certain point in time, her contract with this label, it was like 5 albums, and that contract was about to be over. So she basically wanted her masters. When she renegotiated her deal, she said, I want all my masters. So they sent to her this Big Machine, whatever, and they said, okay, we'll tell you what. We sign a deal with you for 5 albums. And every album that you make, like a new arrangement, every album that you release through our label, which I think they wouldn't own the master, you'll get back the original master for an album from the past. Meaning, release an album, get a master. Release another album, get a master. They tried working something out with her. She's like, "How dare you do that? How dare you do that?" It's like it's a business, you know what I mean? Like, what did she think? They're just going to give her everything? You know, they don't owe that to her.
Yeah.
So
No, they don't.
like I understand the idea. Trust me, because I'm a musician myself. There's something annoying that you've written or you created or you whatever. At the same time, if we today came up with a show, with a movie, let's say for Paramount, and the movie was like, you know, three I don't know what, three animated bananas solving crime together, okay? And and we sold it like, you know, I don't know what we called it, like, you know, I don't even know I'm so tired. I can't even think of a good name for it. We sold the fucking show. They picked it up. It has three bananas solving crime together. Three detectives that look like bananas, and basically whatever that is, they own that. You know, especially if we've never made a show before, we can't go in there swinging, swinging dicks like into the studio and say, "Hey, you know, we demand this, we demand that." What they would probably say is, "Listen, we're gonna give you money for this thing. If there's any sequels, we're getting the money. It's our franchise. You're creating this franchise for us. We'll give you millions of dollars, but it's our franchise." Now, even if we came up with it, even if it's our idea, forget about us with the bananas. Rocky. Sylvester Stallone until today is upset because he created Rocky, but the deal that he made initially was the deal of a guy that nobody knew who he was. They were taking a chance on him, and it ended up being something that changed his career and also made them a lot of money and being a big franchise. And even though I really like Stallone, and maybe, you know, as a courtesy to him, they could have done better over the years of him involved in that franchise, given him a better deal in his case. But I also understand what it means when you have nothing and you're trying to put yourself on the map. Basically, today, Taylor Swift has like $500 million. She didn't have $500 million when she went to those people. And them wanting to, you know, continue to hold on to her masters, you could say, "Oh, but it's not nice of them." Yeah, I mean, that's not how the world works.
Yeah.
So at the end, what happened was that after all this shit happened and they wouldn't get to a deal, and she tried to like extort them, and she tried going online and crying to her fans and having her fans annoy people and all this shit that they do, which she absolutely does that. It's really annoying if you ask me. At the end, that big machine just said, "You know what? We don't feel like dealing with all of this anymore." And Scooter Braun walked in because he has a ton of money from the Justin Bieber thing. He said, "You know what? I'll buy this whole label of yours. Let me buy your label. And if I buy the label, do I get all the catalogs, including Taylor Swift, whatever?" He said, "You can have it all. Just give us." He gave him a few $100 million. He buys it. Now, the funny thing is, she could have done that too if she wanted. She didn't do it.
Yeah.
She didn't buy it. So then he bought it. And she's like, "Oh, like he made fun of me once. How dare he buy the thing?" It's like, lady, do you understand how business works? There was a catalog there. You didn't make an offer. I don't know that you made one. You went to cry to your fans. Meanwhile, he came in with a checkbook and bought the company. So he had the company. He's like, "No." And then she kept saying, "No, these are two men that, like, you know, did this purpose just to annoy me." It's like, yeah, I don't think people spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a catalog just to annoy you.
They hate women.
They hate women. Yeah, exactly. I don't think anybody did this as like a matter of principle. I think they probably thought that they were doing business and you were the one acting like, you know, annoying, in my opinion. So then he buys this thing, and she starts telling her fans that he's the worst thing that ever happened. The man gets like, and again, I don't know the guy. I did once talk to him like 15, 20 years, whenever it was, years ago, a brief conversation. Doesn't mean I know him, don't know anything about him. Can't really say. He may be the biggest asshole on the face of the earth, but I don't think anybody deserves to sit with his family and get death threats over some stupid catalog that he bought fair and square. And that's exactly what happened to him. Because she went and cried to her fans that he's like the worst person ever, they did that thing where, like, you know, that they start bothering the guy and doing like death threats. It's like, okay, this is a business thing. He bought it fair and square. He's allowed to do it. That's he didn't do anything illegal. He's not doing anything wrong. She didn't buy the catalog. He bought it. Nothing wrong with that. So she did all of that. And I think he said, "Could you tell your people to stop doing that?" And I don't even think she did that. I think she did nothing. At the end, what happened was that he already he was fed up with it. So some other company, like a bigger kind of like more corporate whatever, bought it from him. and he just unloaded it. He's like, "Fine, here you go. You want to buy it?" I don't even know if he made any money. If he made it, was like not. I don't think he made the windfall that he wanted. I think he just didn't want to deal with those like Swifties or whatever it is. At the end, what happened is once he sold it to the other company, Taylor Swift then went to the company that bought it from Scooter, who brought it from Big Machine, and then she went to them with a checkbook and said, "I want to buy it from you." For,
Yeah, she could have done that from the beginning.
right. She had every time she could have done that. She didn't do it. It's like she's like, no, they didn't want to sell it to me. Really? Who the fuck? Why not?
Well,
Why wouldn't they want to sell it? I feel like in any of those cases, if she would have brought the checkbook and made the offer, she could have bought it. She didn't do it. Only at the end when she made offers that company sold it to her. And in the
yeah,
meantime, she's just sitting and whining about these people. And oh, if I was a man, they wouldn't do it. Shut up. You had a checkbook. You brought your checkbook at the end. You bought it. And the other thing is, initially before the checkbook, she had another strategy. She's like, okay, I'm gonna devalue all these like songs that they have, and I'll record like new versions of the songs, call it like Taylor's version. So every crappy album of hers with her crappy songs, she re-recorded it like, you know, a new version, and told her fans, listen to this one and not to the old one, causing some kind of confusion. I'll give her credit. I think that probably that annoyed the people that like owned the catalog. It probably was annoying that she did that. I don't know if at the end it really helped her get a better deal or not a better deal, but at the end of the day, the one thing I'll say is that if you wanted, like, let's say the Beatles to re-record their music if they were all alive, they couldn't do it. With Taylor Swift, only a few years had gone by, and her music is like the very definition of like generic vanilla shit. Sorry, Sean, that like easily she could re-record. And with the technology that you have today, she duplicated those original albums, you know. That's the only thing that I'll say that Scooter and the other guy, you know, or maybe they did because they unloaded it.
yeah.
But
She thought she could bully the other two companies because they were smaller, and she knew she couldn't bully the third one.
exactly, it's all just a bunch. And the other thing is, they also what she was also saying was, listen, when I was young, Big Machine took advantage of me. I was just a young lady trying to get into the industry. It's like, you were a young lady with a father with money and a bunch of lawyers. That doesn't work. And
Yeah.
I can tell you as somebody, and maybe Ista, you have like some music in your background.
Oh yeah.
Most of the time, I can't speak for you. I can only speak for myself. Most of the time, when you're like, I want to be a musician, whoever is your family is not going to usually come up to you and say, we love that. That's the best thing ever. Let's start like bankrolling that. You know what I mean? That is very, very, very rare. Most of the time, the parent will be like, sure you do. Now, why don't you look into some school? Don't you want to be some profession? Don't you want to do this? There hasn't been a parent, or it's very rare that the guy's like, you know what? I really want to play guitar and sing. And then the parents will be like, wow, that's the best. Like,
Yeah,
like I've never seen that.
that's the price of getting into business. And she's playing the innocent poor ingenue that was taken advantage of by these terrible business people. That's the same attitude she had toward her first 30 boyfriends. It's like, I didn't do anything. This guy who was too old came and took advantage of me. And she's such a little spoiled narcissist brat.
I that's how I feel about her. And the thing is, if at least after all of that her music was good, I'd be like, you know what? She's a difficult woman. She's a difficult woman. Like, Prince was insane, but I can't say he wasn't a good musician. You know what I mean? Like, the guy could play any instrument and do like a million styles and a million things. So yeah, he was eccentric and strange, but he was a good musician. Taylor Swift, there's like nothing to back it up. What song does this lady have? What song? What's her big song? Blank Space? Shake It Off? Those are songs that, like, during the era that real music was created, that would be like, the biggest joke. Nobody would like, if she released those songs like, as is, while like the Beatles and like, Led Zeppelin were releasing music, nobody would give a shit about her and her stupid music. It would be like a piece of shit that nobody cared about. Maybe some little girls somewhere.
The real
Sorry,
head case really got his money's worth on that super chat.
Oh yeah, sorry. The real head case. Yeah, you got your money's worth.
Yeah,
Karate Werewolf sent 5 Price of Reason Live gift memberships. Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Karate Werewolf has one of the greatest screen names that I've seen in our circles. It just sounds great. I've always liked it. So I always give him that compliment, and thank you. You do give super chats here, and we thank you for that. Really appreciate anybody that anybody that supports us. We're always very appreciative of that. So that's great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then back, we were talking about that show.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
quite a detour, but yeah. So A
Yeah.
Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. Okay, so basically, remind me again. The guy that's Dunk, he's Brianna's relative.
Yeah, he is well, right now, of course, he is a fake knight wannabe, but he ends up becoming the greatest knight of Westeros, and he is the eventual ancestor of Brianna Tarth. His master was Sir Arlen of Pennytree, who actually was a knight, but I don't think a very well known one. And then Egg is Aegon Targaryen, who is acting as his little squire, or will be, because they didn't have shit happen that first episode. It fell short because nothing happened. I was very bored, but I wasn't offended. And the cost, everything looked okay. It didn't look all that great to me. It wasn't very cinematic. There was like one practice fight scene that looked pretty cool, and was it the
You think they're making
Baratheon?
this on the cheap? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the Baratheon guy is the one who plays the screw up brother in The Gentleman, and I just find him incredibly annoying. Like every scene with him in there, it was just like, okay, move along, move along. The girls were okay. Oh, by the way, it's not a rumor. Sydney Sweeney is dating Scooter Braun. They have
That's
paparazzi
actually
photos.
been.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I've read about that, but the thing is that I read
Yeah.
about it like a month or two ago, or a few months back, and I didn't know if it was still going on. At some point, they were claimed to be dating. I mean,
Yeah,
it's the guy is very wealthy. I can't think of another reason why she would want to date him, because
well,
he's significantly older. I don't think there's anything special about him, but I think he does have. I'm going to Google his net worth, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this man doesn't have less than hundreds of millions of dollars.
well,
And that's a minimum.
he can talk a mean game, man. He's got the gift of gab. He's a wheeler dealer. He's a good businessman. You said he didn't do anything illegal. He didn't even do anything scummy like Alan Klein. She still owns the rights to the songs. He just bought those performances. And, her fans didn't like her new versions, which is why she eventually had to buy them back. It must have been embarrassing for her to re-record them all and realize that's not what her fans wanted.
Apparently, there's a few different places, but I would say that probably the man has between $800 to $1 billion. I don't know if that's a factor. I don't know. Like, at the end, I think that women like it when a man has a lot of money.
That's 400 million per boob.
I mean, I don't know. It just feels kind of strange, but yeah. At the same time, if you're her, the guy that has unlimited resources, maybe that's kind of something you want. I don't know. I mean, at least it's not a guy that's trying to like steal her money. You know what I mean? Like, he's not trying to take anything from her.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think he's that old, or at least he doesn't look that old. It doesn't look creepy with the two of them together.
Maybe.
So, I mean, she's he's 44. She's like 28 or 30. So,
Hey, Jill.
Oh no, he's doing okay. Hey,
I
Jill.
didn't see Jill here. Yeah. Oh no, it's another Game of Thrones spinoff. I didn't realize that. No thanks. Make a new fantasy show.
Yeah, I mean, I want to watch the second episode to see if something finally happens. It has to happen because he ends up being the greatest knight of Westeros, and the trailer makes it look fairly comical, and not just gross, taking a shit in the woods comedy.
I didn't like that shit in the woods at the beginning. It kind of annoyed me.
No, I didn't at all, man. It was gross.
What's Vex talking about the camp and the I understand. Sleepy Pod is this. She puts this on when she has trouble sleeping. That's what the night owl is for Vex.
I asked Vex if she wanted to join in, and she said she was in her. She's on to her to getting some rest. So I just said that's cool.
My voice
go
puts
get
her to
some
sleep.
rest.
That's what I think. That,
yes. Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
what that means.
she
I
was
don't know what
really
that means.
engaged in the chat for a bit, so I wasn't sure if she was up and wanted to come in and chat, or if she was on her way to bed. So that's cool.
Yeah, I think 73 is an accurate audience score. It wasn't terrible. It's just nothing happened. I was getting a little bored, but they did have a few decent character moments in the show, but it definitely looks like lower budget than the rest of them too, for sure. But the main actor who plays Dunk, he's relatively likable.
He's relatively likable, yeah.
Yeah, some of the other characters, like I said, Baratheon, just that guy really annoys me. Also, I liked the ladies, like not because they're hot, because they were only, but they were quite funny. So
They were all right.
yeah, so or amusing anyway, and it looks like he's about to. But it's still Westeros. Everyone's an asshole. So
I mean, I'm willing to give it a chance. I wasn't super excited, but I'll give it a chance, and we'll see what happens with it. It's going to take a lot to win me over, but we'll see what happens with it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it'll win us over. I think it's better than Witcher Blood Origin or Willow.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's not going to be the end of the world.
Anything is better than Willow.
Yeah, I don't think the show is going to wow anybody except the most diehard fans, because they're going to be like, oh, he said the thing. That's the thing. That's the guy that did the guy that beat up the guy that had the baby that ended up being the guy, kind of thing, Westeros lore people will probably really enjoy this. But also, it's a very short novella, and they're going 8 episodes. So there's going to be a lot of filler in here, because the novella isn't even long enough for a good 2-hour movie. So they're going to be making up a lot of shit.
That's why probably like this premiere episode felt like it was like 35 minutes. It felt so short. There was like a bunch of there's like commercials at the beginning that they're showing for Euphoria. Then they showed the show itself. Then like the credits were rolling. I think, I don't know if there was more than 35 minutes to this episode, and it did feel very short. Like I feel like I needed to see more for me to get into this story, and it just kind of abruptly ended. So that was my feeling of it. But again,
yeah, they should have dropped 2 on the first one.
Right,
I think it would have
totally should have, but they didn't. They did 1, and we'll have to see where it develops. And I saw today, it was interesting. I saw that Gary, I think, was trying to see. Let me see if I can find this tweet that he was talking about Landman. I don't know if you saw that. So share this one instead. Do you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Landman finale was brilliant. Paramount is returned for letting Sheridan get away. The thing is that first of all, I don't know why Paramount. I don't understand what Paramount did there. Why they let him get away. I heard that like David Ellison, like they weren't getting along together. I don't even know. I do think that, relatively speaking, considering what Paramount has, he's the only guy that's been producing like real winners for them. So I would have held on to that guy or found a way to make a deal with him. Landman, though, I will say this: they pressured him into quickly releasing another season, and you could tell how much he struggled with it. There were episodes this season that were either complete filler or just very poorly put together. The final few, and I think Ista, you and I have talked about this, the final few episodes finally found their footing and felt like more thought was put into them. The final episode felt good. I was kind of disappointed that the whole season wasn't closer to that level. Because season 1 felt like every episode you were getting like a nice dosage, a nice balance of characters, a lot of like cool stuff happening. Whereas here it just seemed all over the place, except for the final, maybe the 8th and 10th episode felt the strongest to me, with 9 like barely acceptable.
Yeah, it was, man, if the whole season had been like that last one, but I think you covered it sufficiently when you were talking about, what happens when somebody's rushed. I did think it was a fantastic finale. I thought it was like one of the best ones I saw, but then I watched season 1 over again and I'm like, oh yeah, now I remember. This is so much better. Like, he did manage to bring it home. But there was, they didn't really try to keep Sheridan over at Paramount. In fact, it looks like they wanted him to leave.
Right. I mean, apparently, and this I think is a mistake. rumor has it that David Ellison met with him and they didn't see eye to eye. I don't know what it is they were talking about or what happened. I guess the meeting ended with Ellison not liking Taylor Sheridan, and Sheridan ended up not liking Ellison. Kind of a shame because at the end of the day, Paramount is his home. This is his place where he does these shows. And if you're Paramount, you're not trying to get rid of your golden goose. I could criticize. My main criticism for Taylor Sheridan is that all of his shows he should have done more of a Vince Gilligan, where he builds a strong writing room and really sets up a system that whether he's there or working on another show, there's the right people in place that could still move the show forward. That's like smart management of your franchise. Instead, his franchise is all built on the fact that he has to do a lot. And if he's like spreading himself too thin, well, the quality starts to dip. And that's exactly what happened with Landman.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing, yeah, like there were, I think Sheridan felt disrespected, and Ellison felt like I'm going to come in and let everyone know who the boss is, and they didn't want to give him the control or the budgets he was asking for. You know, they took over Paramount. Skydance took over Paramount in August. That was the same time he started talking to Universal, and in 3 months he had already negotiated and signed $1 billion deal with them. So, you know, I think they were thinking at the time, we don't need Sheridan, we're getting the Duffer Brothers, before they realized exactly what it was they were getting.
Yeah, I think that this is an ego situation where they both have big egos, and I think is a mistake. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, that was also the problem with Yellowstone. I mean, I Taylor Sheridan has a big ego, Kevin Costner has a big ego, and at the end, people that actually enjoyed that show suffered with the terrible final season between Taylor Sheridan and his crap and what I perceive to be Kevin Costner and his crap. Uh, the people that really lost here or the people that enjoyed the show.
There was one other interesting thing is that um, Sheridan had a script rejected by them, and he was very unhappy about that. And they wanted him to make a very right-leaning patriotic show. As much as we think of Sheridan maybe being conservative, he thinks of himself as politically neutral, sort of common sense driven. But since the Overton window is shifted, that's generally considered conservative. But he does a good job of showing both sides of things, and he did a great job with Pagan, making her be sympathetic but also completely insane. So anyway, he didn't want to do something, specifically right wing and patriotic for America's 250th. So they weren't happy that he wouldn't do the show, and he was very unhappy. His script was called something like Flag Football, or I forget. I can find out in a second. Anyway, Paramount rejected a script of his, and he wasn't happy. So
I see.
But he didn't start looking to leave until the Ellisons took over. So it was definitely friction of that sort.
Yeah, I think that they made a mistake, but what
yeah. Well, that's all it's the Taylor Sheridan network. Besides Star Trek, which we know sucks, what else do they got?
I mean, if they keep Kurtzman and get rid of Sheridan, that is stupid. That's like at least get rid of Kurtzman as well.
Okay, it was a Western thriller called Capture the Flag, and they turned it down.
I see. Yeah, I mean, the real head case says, I bet Costner was a mature man. I explained to you what happened with Costner, and I feel like my explanation is the best. Like, I'm sorry, now I sound like one of those Star Trek people, like the people at Starfleet Academy. I'm like TikTok girl. What I'm trying to say is that I think my analysis was pretty good with what happened with Taylor Sheridan and Kevin Costner, and it's the same thing that I always say. Kevin Costner signed on to do Yellowstone, and I think that he initially thought he would just be in and out, do a couple of seasons. He maybe thought that they would early on kill his character. He may have even thought that this thing is just going to be a flop. Maybe he just thought he was collecting a paycheck. I don't think that he anticipated what would happen with Yellowstone the way that it turned out. And once it did, it turned out, and nobody has ever been able to say that I'm not correct on this, it turned out that his contract didn't give him an executive producer credit on spin-offs of the show. He was only an executive producer on the main flagship show. Probably the reason for this is, one, he couldn't commit for more than I don't know how many seasons. The other thing is that maybe kind of like a Vincent Price Thriller situation, they gave him more money as a salary to be on the flagship show, and he just didn't think there would be any spin-offs. He thought, this is some like piece of shit. I'll just take all the money and run. But then when it turned out that there could be spin-offs, he understood that he's not an executive producer on them. And at that point, he went to Taylor Sheridan and seemingly came up with some ideas on spin-offs they could work on together. Whereas maybe like stuff doing like older, like he claimed he was the one that said, oh, let's do something in the 1800s, let's do something in the 1900s. But then what happened was Taylor Sheridan did that and didn't include him in it. And not only did he not include him in it, he didn't get the executive producer title because his contract didn't force them to give him the executive producer. Now, it's not just a title. When you're executive producer on the show, you're also getting a check every time there's an episode that airs somewhere. So he didn't get that money. And at that point, I feel like, Kevin Costner, he said to himself, like, who is this guy? Like, I won Academy Awards. I'm Kevin Costner. I can go make my own Western. Screw this guy. He wants us to do stuff in 1923. I can do something in 1923. He wants to do in the 1800s. I can do that. And that, in my opinion, was the dumbest thing. Now, he'll tell people, no, my whole life I was planning to do that. Yeah, your whole life. Until you did the Yellowstone thing, you didn't say anything about doing that. Only after Yellowstone came along and it like revitalized your career and all that stuff, suddenly you remembered you wanted to do those movies. And I think that he should have waited until Yellowstone ends, which was supposed to be the 5th season. Let that show end, then make your movies. Instead, he's like, no, I have to rush production. I have to do this. Now, at the same time, is Taylor Sheridan annoying? Did it take him way too long to write? Did he annoy everybody? Sure. I'm sure that he's annoying. He seems like he's super annoying. I think. I don't know. I mean, he seems like he's super big ego and annoying. That at the end ended up being like, a problematic clash. So it's a two to tango situation. I'm not just blaming Costner, blaming Sheridan as well. I kind of, I've thought about this for a long time. There were times that I thought 60-40 in one direction, then 60-40 in the other. I'd say it's about a 50-50 two to tango situation.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, Costner, he wasn't on his game negotiating the original contract, but Sheridan actually formed a completely separate production company to do those other two spinoffs. So there was no question whatsoever that Costner had zero involvement. So he's definitely kind of, I've always liked Costner. I think he's kind of a decent guy for Hollywood, and he's always seemed to have a strong earnestness about him, whether it was like cleaning up the ocean or whatever. I actually liked Waterworld. So, but most of the good ones aren't that easy to work with. I think being easy to work with.
You're sharing your chats, Price.
Oh,
I hope that's not me. Yeah, being easy to work with is usually code for milk toast, and you get stuff done and people like working with you, but you don't make anything that great.
I was going to send Robot Head an invitation.
Yeah. Well, while you're doing that, by popular demand, here's our TV show about 3 bananas. Here there.
Yeah, the bananas are great.
I don't know what that music is, but yeah.
It's what they chose. I love it. That's what I was trying to find that also, but yeah.
I can send Robot Head an invite if you want.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna send it to him now.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Grok video generation is amazing what it can come up with. Yeah.
That the Starfleet Academy trailer looks like it was made by Grok.
Oh, looks awful. Absolutely awful.
Like, even as lax as the schools are today, you would get expelled if you pulled any kind of that crap. And a Vulcan,
doing
practical
a Vulcan pulling a prank. Yeah, we have pranked you
Yeah.
What?
They have a warrior Vulcan and a Klingon hippie, peacenik.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
Klingon doctor, Vulcan warrior. Yes. So, they you said it really quite well. This is all the agenda that he wanted to do and put on.
It's everything they've wanted all along. They wanted to turn it into some sort of Joss Whedon-esque type of thing because they all look back and they think, wasn't Buffy the Vampire Slayer the very best show ever made? I wish we could make something like that. I wish we could do all the quirky dialogue and we could have all the funny characters in there, and we can do episodes that are musical episodes and episodes that are puppet episodes. Like, it's everything they ever wanted. Like, bunch of young teenagers, banging and talking like they live in the 2010s, and like it's ridiculous. It's all ridiculous.
Hey, did I tell you the landman? I put out a tweet and it was just like, I had some pictures of Ainsley at practice, and I'm like, guys, just hear me out. Landman cheerleading camp. And the landman official account liked the tweet. So, they could do Ainsley and her roommate Pagan. That could be like a really odd couple. You have one real popular kind of ditzy but kind-hearted cheerleader with the ultra woke physical therapist roommates. I think there's potential there, man. It would be like a odd couple sitcom type show.
Yeah. So, what was I going to say?
Nintendo president?
Oh, Nintendo president. Professor, do you know anything about that?
Oh, no, I haven't heard anything about that today. Of course, I've been pretty disconnected. Today was the first day of class for me. So something happened with the Nintendo.
She spoke and everybody said it was awful, I think.
Oh, okay. Let's see what we can find about that.
Oh, people are they're a bunch of angry gamer nerds today.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. While I've got this open, I was going to share this real quick. This is just the exchange I had with Kabrutus earlier. He was looking at this new Star Trek show and saying, this new Star Trek show looks like something made during mid-2010s woke slop. It says, in Dungeons & Dragons, the dead can be resurrected, and in Star Trek, the paralyzed can walk again, and lost limbs can be replaced. The inclusion of people in wheelchairs doesn't make sense. Exactly. Yes. And so, yeah, I said, yeah, it's pretty simple. The representation is the most important thing. The writers don't care about that more than they care about storytelling, canon, or internal logic. It overrides everything. So yeah, it's same thing we were talking about earlier. But yeah, I happen to still have that tweet open. So Nintendo president. Okay, let's see.
Well, I know Netflix has already secured exclusive streaming rights for Legend of Zelda.
I heard that. I did see something about that.
They're saying
earlier.
she did a DEI speech. See if you can find the video of her talking. I guess she did some kind of DEI speech or something.
Oh, this is this is Nintendo president of Nintendo US. Okay. Because I was going to say, I didn't think there was a woman in charge of Nintendo in Japan. Let's see. Devin Pritchard, her first statement as Nintendo of America's new president at the New York Game Awards. Let's see what we have here.
Yeah, because Doug Bowser retired at the end of last year. So
yeah.
I've always thought it was interesting that the guy was called Bowser and he was the guy from Nintendo.
That's how he got the job.
Probably.
Total nepotism.
Yeah.
Live together.
Hi, everyone. It is great to be here. My name is Devin, and before anything else, I want to celebrate the New York Game Awards. 15 years of supporting the games industry, and in doing so, lifting up the voices, stories, and dreams of so many. This show connects people who are united by a shared belief that every dream matters, and that everyone deserves a chance to do meaningful and creative work in games and storytelling. The Playing with Purpose program supports the creators, the coders, the writers, and anyone else dreaming big to join this community and bring all that makes them unique. I'm excited to meet you, to hear those stories, and to learn from your journeys. And remember, like any good video game character, you're on an adventure, and every step you take matters. There are some gnarly bosses, sure, but also many good friends along the way who will support you, and powerful rewards for those who persevere. So keep believing, keep playing, and know that you truly belong in this game.
Okay.
Well, when you think about it,
and you know, when she's talking about gnarly bosses, she wasn't talking about me when she worked for us. Thank you for.
Yeah.
She really didn't say anything significant. She used a lot of the keywords for woke.
The coded language. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it was coded language. It wasn't as blunt as I thought it was going to be, but she seems annoying. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And the other thing, it shouldn't be for everybody. It should be for gamers, or creation should be for talented. Not every dream actually doesn't matter. Some people's dreams suck.
Yeah. Well, some people's dreams involve destroying others.
Yeah.
And, perhaps like eliminating all white men. Like that's some people, that's their dream. Right. So.
Yeah, they were. Michelle Obama was very explicit about that just yesterday, right?
Yeah, how she makes sure to never patronize any business that's run by a white man.
Yeah, imagine if a white guy said that in the other direction.
Yeah, I make sure I never patronize any business run by minority X, whatever.
Put anything in there. Yeah, it's all going to be bad.
In there, and it would be, people would they'd be screaming about how unbelievably racist it was. And of course, what she said was also massively racist, but of course,
in her defense,
they're not going to call that out.
In Michelle Obama's defense, the pool of her 18th mansion was painted the wrong color. She really is persecuted.
That really, If you want to understand what true suffering is like and what it is to be marginalized, just live as a massively wealthy person who's never really earned a dime in your life. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the struggle.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, let me look for a second. So we went over the Night of the Seven Kingdoms. We went over the Mercy movie, which I saw, and Landman. We talked about that finale. Trying to think, is there anything else that I missed? What else is going on?
There was there's some extraordinary discoveries in the field of fraud and scam coming out almost hourly. $63 million in New York, Minnesota, another 128 million here. But all they're talking about is ice bad. We've got people stealing billions of our tax money. You could actually fund universal basic income with the amount of fraud that's going on.
Right. Have you heard the stories that have recently been coming out? Some whistleblowers, some ex-employees at the TSA saying that they would regularly see people that were coming through their checkpoints. Most of the time they were Somali and carrying briefcases and carry-on bags with millions upon millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's supposed to be illegal. That's like,
and they would be pulled over by a particular agent at their gate who would check their IDs and everything and okay them and wave them through.
Yeah, after they
essentially showing that these people were bought and paid for.
Yep.
To allow them to carry millions upon millions of dollars through airports, flying it back to Somalia. And of course, being in cash, it's essentially untraceable. And it means that probably a massive amount of that money, let's just say it wasn't going home to help pay for,
Churches.
somebody's medication or, helping somebody make sure that they got their next meal. It was most likely every dime of it going directly to warlords and
Bad
terror
people.
organizations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Price.
Every
I'm not
penny
going to
of it.
say anything. But yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't going to the local church or food bank. And listen, if you have a suitcase, and they had suitcases full of cash, like the government could seize that. There would have been the opportunity to claw back. They call it a clawback, but we're not getting any of this money back. And it came from the state of Minnesota out of federal outlays. That is that's our tax money, dude. It's
every penny of it. Yeah, it's all you look at this insane amount of fraud, and then people are like, well, how is our debt over the last 2 decades? How has it risen so much? We've tripled quadrupled our debt in the last 20 years. How did that happen? Well, here's how it happens.
Yeah, you know why China
you have trillions of dollars in these aid packages that some of them, genuinely, honestly, I when I say this, I'm not kidding. I don't have a problem with having Medicare or Medicaid. I don't have a problem with having other entitlement programs that are genuinely a safety net for people in our society. But here's the problem. These things have been used and abused by all of these blue states and by all of these different people who they've, imported in here who do not have the best of intentions. And these states like California, like Minnesota, and then we're finding a dozen other places as well, were not making sure that this money went to the people it was supposed to go to. They were not ensuring that these programs were actually benefiting the people who they're supposed to benefit. And instead, billions, probably trillion or more of all of this money has been siphoned away and paid out to, bad people.
Yeah.
Like in the case of some of the money going back to Somalia, and then also, being siphoned away by people that aren't supposed to have it, like, foreign nationals, non-citizens, illegal immigrants, all sorts of different people. And here's the thing that I think that a lot of people are really getting upset with. We are getting, like you said, is that we are getting new reports of this. Like practically every hour, there's something new that's being uncovered, and still not a one of these sons of bitches is in jail.
Yeah. They just found 500,000 people getting double food stamps, including people that owns multiple houses in multiple states, and 200,000 dead people getting food stamp benefits. In Georgia, they just found a house that's I think it's a porta potty with 3,000 vote registrations going to the address where there's just a porta potty.
Yeah.
By the way, we have some breaking news that's unrelated, but it's still interesting. And this is all with a grain of salt. With all due respect to Jeff Snyder, I feel like that guy is hit and miss. I know that he's always like on Mr. Scooper. He claims that Christina Hodson, who wrote The Flash, Birds of Prey, and Bumblebee, is supposedly writing the script for the Batman, the Brave and the Bold. That would be, in my humble opinion, a disaster if that's true. And at the same time, I don't even really know why she's writing it. I haven't seen anybody green light James Gunn's Brave and the Bold. From what I can tell, initially when James Gunn announced his Gods and Monsters phase, he said that he was moving forward with the Brave and the Bold as his DCU Batman. And he said that anything else that's going to be Batman related is going to be Elseworlds. But what happened is that after Superman underperformed, he kept on going around in interviews talking about the Superman saga. And now he's always teasing. He's like, I'm still trying to think who to cast for Batman. I certainly have some ideas. I still have ideas for this. I still have ideas for that. But the bottom line is nobody has announced that this is actually moving forward. And as long as Matt Reeves is working on his Batman, I don't think that they're in a hurry to give James Gunn's Brave and the Bold a green light. He can talk about it all he wants. I don't think that, like, Zaslav, with or without Netflix, with or without Paramount, I don't think that Zaslav is looking for another Batman. You know what I mean? I think that they want one Batman, and their Batman, as far as they're concerned, they were waiting to see how Superman did at the box office. This is just what it seems like. And once it didn't do that well, very close to when they said they suddenly were going to put it on streaming, they suddenly announced that they're moving forward with the Batman 2 with Matt Reeves. Now,
Yeah.
I know that, some people like that movie and some people don't. I have sort of mixed feelings about it. There were some aspects that I liked, some, that I liked less. But what I'll say is this, is that as a business, just on a business level, Matt Reeves made more money with his Batman, than James Gunn did with his Superman. Also, Matt Reeves got better viewership with Penguin than James Gunn did with his shows. Matt Reeves also got, like, Emmy Awards, Golden Globe Awards, whatever it is. Basically, all the things that sort of interest David Zaslav, which is awards, viewership, and money, Matt Reeves delivered. Whereas James Gunn, in my opinion, underdelivered. I don't even think it's an opinion. I think that it's pretty clear that he underdelivered. That's why I don't know why he keeps teasing this, like, Bold and the Brave, which he announced and never made. And I don't know, especially now with all this limbo. Now he's going to make Bold and the Brave? I'm not sure.
After that last Batman animated series with the female penguin, I've had enough. I really, at this point, I don't care. I don't.
I mean, this isn't
Oh, yeah,
supposed
that
to be an
series
animated.
was-
This was
yeah,
supposed to
that
be his
series was
DCU Batman.
Oh,
Yeah, this is supposed to be the Batman that fits with into
Oh.
the same universe as the Superman film from last year.
Oh,
and
you
the-
mean the
and
same
Supergirl
universe
film
where
coming up.
you mean the same universe where the good guys do a bunch of coke off of Peacemaker's, junk, that, and everyone's
That one, yes, that
alcohol-
same universe. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, truth, justice, and hey, do you got any blow? Like, well, that's
Yeah.
good to know. Yeah, but
I don't think this movie will ever see the light of day. I think Gunn
No.
is going to be, after this new acquisition and after Supergirl is a complete flop. This is he's done at DC.
yeah, Gunn's already shopping his resume around. I think he knows, he got extended for a single year. That's the
Not
nice way
even.
of
He
being
didn't even
fired,
get
yeah.
extended for a single year. He was supposed to leave somewhere at the end of 2026, and they apparently extended his contract to spring 2027. That is a very brief contract extension, and the only reason they did it is because Netflix asked that all the executives that are currently in place, because of the limbo situation, will be given extensions until then, because Netflix are imagining that around that time they're coming in there. So none of this seems like a good sign for Gunn. And Ted Sarandos, when he was interviewed about, Netflix, about the merger and all that stuff, he was saying how much he loves DC. And then when he elaborated, he said, man, Matt Reeves and Penguin, I really love that. And that's it. He didn't say, I love James Gunn, I really love the Superman. Didn't say a word. His compliment about DC was that he liked Penguin, and he attributed that, I believe, to Matt Reeves, and that's the only thing that he talked about from what I recall. Then there was another situation where Netflix did a sort of a marketing material with Warner Brothers to show that they're serious about their merger, and what they did though in that thing is that you see thumbnails for shows that they have, properties, IPs, and things like that. You see Zack Snyder's DCEU, you see Matt Reeves there. I couldn't find James Gunn's stuff there when I looked, at least at the time. Didn't exist.
They didn't put any of Gunn's stuff up. They put a couple of Snyder thumbnails, nothing from Gunn. That was very telling. But you know what was a real bad sign for James Gunn? His movie when it came out.
Because it sucked, yeah. I mean, I think that the bottom line is this. Listen, everybody can say whatever they want. Even those shitty industry trades said, right out the gate, they said, it has to make at least $700 million. And really, they were being generous with him. I think that if Superman didn't make between $800 million to $1 billion, that was considered an issue for Warner Brothers. let's just say that he would have made 700 and something, it would have kind of barely squeaking by, you know? And this is during the summer that Jurassic World, like a 70th installment, the most uninspired like installment ever in Jurassic World, which was like almost just like, you know, an afterthought. That one made like 860, 870 million. So I don't think that I don't think that he looked great. It wasn't the consensus they were looking for, and I always say this, you like, I also, like I said about the thing, I also have mixed feelings regarding Snyder and his work, like Zack Snyder and his work, but on a business level, I can't argue, even though they said that he wasn't, like, making enough money for them, he was making more than Gunn. Gunn made less than Snyder. Doesn't matter if you
Yeah.
like Snyder or not. Gunn made less money than him. The whole reason for bringing Gunn was that he was supposed to be the guy that brings them the 800 to a billion type of movie. At the end, he got 615 million, whereas Snyder years ago got like 670 million. And if you adjust for inflation, his 670 million turns into like, you know, 800, 900 million. And they didn't like that. They thought that was shitty. So, you know, and people are like, well, the industry has changed. Yeah, it's changed, but when they released Jurassic World, they were expecting to make, you know, probably at least they probably had hoped for a billion if the thing was healthy, knowing that it's not exactly like a franchise that's super fresh. Getting, I think, 870 million. I have a feeling that they were popping champagne in their offices with that Jurassic movie.
Oh yeah, and the Batman made a lot of money, 772 million on a
I
basically
would even
$200
say
million
that they
budget.
expected the Batman to do more. They wanted
Mhm.
both of these movies to be between 800 to $1 billion, but at least probably, and that's why I think they were hesitating if to give like Matt Reeves that green light. Everybody was like giving excuses. He's not feeling well. This and that, not do this
Yeah.
here. He does have a script. He doesn't have a script. The second that that James Gunn didn't succeed the way they wanted, I don't think that the timing of them announcing the Batman 2 immediately was a coincidence. Not only that, they announced the Batman 2, they also made a big like deal about like some press release where they were talking about Batman 2 and Man of Tomorrow on the same day. And it was almost, in my opinion, them like throwing James Gunn a bone, saying, "Look, listen, you're doing Superman Saga." You know, I have a good way to explain it to you. Have you guys ever watched Seinfeld?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
There's the episode where Jerry is out of town and he lets other people. He says Elaine can take out his mail, and George, I think, is disappointed because he didn't get a something to do while Jerry was out of town. So Jerry, kind of not wanting to offend him, says, "Well, you can come here once a week and flush my toilet. It's really important for the plumbing." And basically, Jerry didn't really care about that toilet. He just like wanted to make him feel like he's also doing something, you know? And I almost feel like the Man of Tomorrow is like the toilet and James Gunn and George. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
Yeah, that's
what they
sorry.
really wanted to
It's
do was to
funny.
announce that they're doing the Batman 2, but at the same time, in order to save face, they said, "You're the Superman Saga." The toilet is like, "You're the Superman Saga, Mr. Superman. You're going to do Man of Tomorrow. You're Mr. Superman." You know, not that there's anything wrong with doing like Superman movies, considering the fact that he announced a whole phase where he is the big boss, like the big chief, the big honcho, announcing like millions of movies and shows. And at the end, like, the Batman, and he was talking even in that thing. He's like, "Oh, Reeve, that's Elseworlds, blah blah blah." When they announced the Batman 2, nobody fucking used the word Elseworlds. Sorry, Sean. Do you get what I'm saying? Nobody
Oh,
went out and said, "Oh, we love Elseworlds. We're going to give like Matt Reeves a chance to do his Elseworlds movie." Nobody said that.
yeah, and you know what? You said that movie got delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed, and then when Superman essentially, I wouldn't say bombed, but seriously underperformed, maybe
Seriously
bombed,
underperformed.
they
It was a
instantly
minor
green
flop.
lights.
It
Yeah,
was a flop, but it was a minor flop. That's, I think, the best way to describe it. Yeah.
and then they instantly green light Batman 2. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, it was like, say, Mac Reeves was sick. He has some personal problems. He has mental. It was all typical Hollywood, bullshit, really.
Yep.
And what's that thing about James Gunn is going to be doing something with Dispatch? So it sounds like they're giving him that to do because he's not going to be making movies anymore. Maybe it's the Dispatch video game again. You know, a team of awkward heroes that don't really get along.
Yeah, his favorite shit. Sorry,
Yeah.
Sean. I feel like that's it. I don't apologize to Sean because I just say a lot of bad words now. I don't know what's happened to me. I guess like I'm more annoyed. I'm more grumpy than usual.
Starfleet Academy happened to you.
Starfleet
Yeah.
Academy. Yeah, a lot of bleeps in that video. I had to bleep a lot of stuff.
So you said Mercy was better than Starfleet Academy?
Mercy is definitely better than Starfleet. I'll even say that Mercy was better, I think, than War of the Worlds. It's just like it depends what you're walking in, what you're like, walking into the theater with. If you're thinking to yourself, you're watching a quality movie with good writing, really, brilliant like piece of filmmaking, you're not going to get any of that. If you're thinking, hey, I sure could see a movie right now, even if it's like a dumb popcorn movie, when you watch like Fast and Furious, you see a bunch of crap there that doesn't make any sense, but you'll still maybe watch it and find some enjoyment in it because there's something about it that still like, has this kind of mindless fun thing going for it. And I feel like this movie is mindless. You could have a little bit of fun. It's not even great fun. It's not even like great mindless fun. It's like semi-mindless fun. But
it
I
didn't
like
sound
seeing
fun
movies.
at all.
What'd you say?
The way hearing you talk about it, it doesn't sound fun. It sounded kind of dreary and not fun at all.
It didn't. Here's the thing, and this is one thing that I'll say, and I said it in my review also. I think that most people that they tell them that like they're now being investigated, and this is another thing. This man who basically they found his wife dead and they're accusing him of doing it, very quickly after they found her, he has to do this trial thing. So he can't even grieve for the fact that his wife is, gone. Even if, they were having problems in their marriage, they weren't having, all of that doesn't matter. Like he can't even process that. He's already sitting there 90 minutes and he has to like, clear his name. It is absurd. Even in the craziest scenario of futurist law enforcement, absurd that somebody would approve such a program. It's impossible. But what I will say, the thing that Chris Pratt has going for him is that even when there's something dreary going on, he has like a kind of positive vibe, You kind of he has a likable quality to him. So even though he's sitting there and like, yeah, he's initially shocked by whatever, but then he's like quickly focusing and trying to like solve the crime. So you're kind of with him on it. It's just like, I've said it. At any point in the movie, if you stop to think about anything you're watching, the whole movie falls apart. It is ridiculous. But I don't know. I mean, listen, there's movies out there in the world that aren't like rocket science. Not every movie is like, Citizen Kane. Sometimes there's a movie that's just stupid. Is this like, I'll put it this way. If I was at a theater now and there was like, what movies are now like, the one with Blake Lively or like, some Barbie movie or whatever. I don't know, the bunch of shitty movies like, the ones like most movies are there. And there's this movie would probably annoy me less than a lot of other movies. I don't know if I'm explaining myself well, but
yeah. Like the Beekeeper, do they show his wife in flashbacks at all? Even though
I don't think so. I don't think the Beekeeper shows anything.
No. This Mercy, do they show?
Oh, Mercy. Sorry. They do show in flashback. They do show a bit of flashback. They do show some stuff. It's fine.
Yeah, 'cause she's a babe. Annabelle Wall. Like it's got Rebecca Ferguson, right? So it's got a couple babes in the movie. Are they all ugly?
No, I don't have any issue with that. Listen,
Okay.
at least if nothing else, it's like it's a pretty decently shot movie. It's not like terrible, even though I don't like that whole Windows stuff and whatever. It's kind of annoying with the video cameras, but it's not like poorly put together for whatever it's supposed to be. Chris Pratt, if ladies like seeing a guy on screen, I think that Chris Pratt is probably fine for that. Dudes like he has a kind of a certain charm that I think that like he's kind of funny or whatever it is, or has like some kind of character. Meanwhile, there's ladies, Rebecca Ferguson. His wife, I don't feel like we saw a ton of her, but she is there. But I like Rebecca Ferguson. I don't have any issue with her. I thought she was fine here also. If anything,
I like her a lot.
I think that Chris Pratt and Rebecca Ferguson tried their darndest to do really as best as they could with this screenplay, but they must have known that this is like ridiculous.
Yeah, it sounds like all the other Chris Pratt Netflix movies. What was the one where he goes in the future?
You know what? The Tomorrow
Electric
War
State?
is a fancy movie compared to this one.
Oh, okay.
Tomorrow War,
Oh.
at least, like, it was trying to do a little bit of time travel. I couldn't help but feel a little bit. There was a little bit of heartwarming that he meets his own daughter, and he's like
Yeah.
working with his daughter. There was something that I didn't hate about that idea. I never revisited it, and it's not like a movie I really care about. But if I had to say, I would say the Tomorrowland was better than. Is it called Tomorrow War? Tomorrowland?
Yeah,
What's it called?
Tomorrow War.
Tomorrow War, sorry. Tomorrowland, I think, is something with George Clooney, which I've never watched. Tomorrow War, I think, was better than this Mercy thing.
Okay.
This Mercy thing, I again am saying, I feel like somebody thought this was a great idea in theory, and they couldn't bring it to screen in a way that was convincing.
Well, I think Adam Gray said it the best. We have Minority Report at home. Like,
Yeah, no, that's definitely the right thing. I agree with you.
Yeah, it's silly.
well, I'm still looking forward to what is it? Good luck, have fun, don't die. And I think that's next month.
Oh, when's that coming out? I don't know.
I think it's February. It's one of the only movies that I have. So I've got Godzilla -1, Hail Mary,
Showing your chats again, Price.
Oh,
and that one.
I'm so stupid. Why do I keep doing that?
You just keep leaving your screen shared for a long time.
Thankfully, all I'm doing is that you like. I was just trying to send.
Just messaging people. Yeah, it's fine.
Just trying to send a link to a friend, but yeah.
Okay, it comes out on February 13th, so the day before Valentine's Day.
Wait a second. Robot Head says you're not going to let me in. How do I do this?
He's in.
Oh,
I can't hear you, Robot Head. Can you turn on your audio?
Hello.
Oh.
Hey,
There he is.
what a celebration! Hold on one second. I'm gonna fix this.
It wouldn't let me do a thumbnail. I couldn't work out how to. Just said I could turn on the camera, but didn't give me an option to do a magnificent, pretty picture of myself.
Yeah, you have to
Yeah.
use OBS for that, or actually have your camera on
I am
because
gonna
it's
fix
Rumble
all of this
Studio.
right now. Okay, are you ready? Tell some jokes.
No. Listen, seriously. The very first YouTuber that I really kind of discovered, except for all the early ones, was Robot Head, and it's just still kind of a big deal to be on here with him, man, because you're the one that got me started on this whole thing. Just watching YouTube, your old videos were so hilarious. So I don't want to sound like a suck up or anything, but man, it's so cool to be on a stream with you.
So it's not going to get better than that. So I'm going to go before I fuck it up. Okay. So like, it's not going to get better than someone praising me.
Well,
no,
I
it's
mean,
good to be here. Thank you for those lovely words. It's
the thing is,
oh
wait.
look, I'm nice and close with Bryce now. That's exciting. Oh, hello.
What I will say is, I don't want to like toot Robot Head's horn too much, but I will
It
say
looks
that
like you're trying to. We're so close together.
Toot away.
Yeah,
no, but I will say this is that
make the squid slowly go down into the bottom of the frame.
I always say this. Robot Head was sort of like, a pioneer of sorts. I know that's a strange thing to call you, but when all
I
that
like
stuff
this
was
segment.
happening
This
with
is
like,
awesome.
what'd you say?
I like this segment. Go on.
No, because when The Last Jedi came out and all that stuff, I mean, today it's obvious to everybody. People are making videos or doing stuff. Robot Head had a few things going for him. One, he was early. He quickly, started thinking to himself of making these videos. And the other thing is between his like narration and like his editing skills, which I still think that like, I don't know. I can't edit like you edit. You know what I mean? Like you have a way of between your narration and the way you edit it, it has like its own personality. And I think that the strongest thing that happened when you started doing those videos, all those like the throne thing with like the calling them out on their bullshit, with all the lightsaber duels and your videos like analyzing every frame. There weren't really videos like that. Not only were there not videos like that, there wasn't the person that could narrate and edit on such a level. I guess what I'm saying is that at a time when we're kind of all scrappy, yours was a very professional product to put these guys in their place. And I feel, this is just my opinion, I feel like, that studio noticed what you did and got very annoyed.
Yeah.
Can I use that as an excuse why not? Like, how come all the people that started copying me then are now getting millions of views? What's going on? What happened? Can we blame Disney for that?
Well, I mean, I don't think you can blame anybody for that. But what I'll say is that I think that like YouTube, it less and less rewards people that invest, time and effort into doing a more professional product.
Yes, well, I can't afford to do those edits anymore at the moment with the views. This started off good. Now I'm thinking about all those lovely views I used to get. Now I'm getting depressed.
No, I don't want to depress you. Listen, the thing is,
no,
is that
joking. Thank you for the lovely words.
I
probably wasn't that quick off to be honest. I think when did the first video came out? I think the first video was in April or after, and Last Jedi, did it come out in December? I think. Did it? I think
that it's a strange, phenomenal thing. The Last Jedi came out in December, and I think that everybody that saw that got really annoyed. But keep in mind that at that moment in time, when you looked at the mainstream media, when you looked at Rotten Tomatoes, today we already know what a bullshit thing all of that stuff is. But at that moment in time, a lot of people felt like maybe there was something wrong with them. Like I was looking around me and everybody was saying supposedly, in the media that this movie is great. And I'm like, this movie isn't great. And I don't know, like I think that it took a few months for people to fully understand what was going on, what that movie meant. And it kind of was something that I think kept bothering people. You left the theater. What'd you say?
I remember seeing some videos, but a lot of people were making videos while they were doing gameplay. Remember that was very big, just talking while you're playing a game virtually. And I thought it'd be so much better to be using video to show what you're talking about. That's sort of what, and then that's why I started editing the videos so full on. But they took me bloody weeks, those videos. So
I could tell. Listen, I mean, no, it's those, your edits are like, it takes a lot of work. The only thing that I can say is that we all have robot heads.
This is the best stream ever.
It's all robot head all the time.
Everyone tell me how great I am at once.
No, seriously, your video Lucasfilm doesn't understand bombers is one of the greatest of all time. Everybody go watch that if you haven't seen it. Your delivery is you just sound like you're having so much fun and having a great time when you're raking them over the coals. It wasn't creepy like the Mr.
Throne Room. Is there a Throne Room video? Because I feel like the Throne Room video was like the one that was like the biggest. I don't know why.
Part of the lightsaber video. That one really went crazy. So, yes, it was a good run then. But you say Mr. Plinkett. Mr. Plinkett was how I sort of discovered watching something on YouTube, not just watching clips or just something small. I think the Plinkett reviews were the first long form thing I watched on YouTube. So that was sort of my introduction into doing it. But yeah, they were a lot of years before I started.
Yeah, they were hilarious, but there was only like one a year, and they were a little bit creepy. So
yeah. Do you want any pizza rolls?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, now I don't mind joking about, bug spray and hookers in the basement, but at the time it seemed pretty creepy.
Yeah. They've cleaned up their act a lot when you watch those old ones, and yeah, they've got a hooker in the basement.
Yeah.
And their colostomy bags spilling all over the floor, and yeah.
I'm still like sorry that I couldn't make the videos that I wanted, because initially I always tell you guys this, that my whole plan was I wanted to do a thing where I'm a puppet and I interview people like out in the real world. And my first few videos, they're not cool. Like, I don't have the editing skills, whatever you have, but a lot of work went into them. Like my first few videos, I probably worked harder on than a lot of other stuff. especially when it comes to going out and filming stuff and actually like planning more than just sitting and editing. There's more to it than that. And it's not sustainable. I can't make those videos.
You know, I saw one of those. You were at a convention, I think, locally.
I was at Comic-Con and I interviewed people and was talking like it was a video of me at Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And I don't do any of that anymore.
And you had the little puppet, but they were all looking at the camera, looking at you like you were nuts. Like, that was the best part about this.
Who is the famous puppet, the dog with the cigar?
Triumph, the insulting comic dog.
I was kind of like that. The idea was that I was something like that, but more for like a geeky kind of whatever sphere. That was sort of the idea of it. And I really was very excited about it. That was exactly what I wanted to do, but it's not sustainable. I noticed that, like, I would sometimes watch, something like Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers. I could sit, like, doing a video, working on it for like a few weeks. And then, like, he's sitting there in his, like, whatever it is that he sits, and he's like, man, Kathleen Kennedy is a fucking bitch. And then, like, I look at it, and he got like 100,000 views, and I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'm in the wrong business,
I had that happen a few times. I'm not saying it was Jeremy, but I'd search through interviews and to get a clip of someone saying something that was damning and all this, and you'd video take it weeks to sort of get right, or days, sort of thing. And then you'd release it, then the next day you'd see how the channel's going, this interview's come to light of such and such saying this. And all they're doing is playing a bit of the interview and talking over it and getting the same amount of views for this, something that took you days to go listen to all these interviews to find this quote. And they, the quote's just appearing in these other videos. And you're like, fuck, I should just turn on a camera and just talk to camera. It'd be so much easier.
Yeah, that's another thing, and that you and I can understand it. I mean, just throwing on a camera and talking, that like saves so much work. All the stuff that I do, it's me narrating. There has to be, stuff happening that people want to still stay and hear you narrating and watching images and stuff. It's a lot more work. It's so much easier just to sit there and be like,
And the other thing is too, that I was thinking about this week. I did the Stranger Things video, and please go watch it because no one is. And you try and do something funny and something a little bit different, or talk about things that not everyone's talking about. And then the comments you'll get, why are you talking about her being a radio, star or something, with Rock and Robin? And it's like, I'm trying to be entertaining. I'm trying to be funny. Like, I'm trying to talk about other points of the show that might be interesting. And you can see in the comments they get angry because you're not talking about the exact same thing other people are talking about. So the life of being a YouTuber is quite interesting. Maybe being a Rumbler is easier. I've got to get onto Rumble.
You should. There's no reason for you not to do Rumble. Like, you should totally do it.
Yes, well, we will be. We will be soon, hopefully. Sorry, I've got a frog in the throat. But you were talking about, when I was sitting backstage, you wouldn't let me in. You were talking about Chris Pratt and his new film. And just to be controversial, you were talking about Tomorrow War. I hated Tomorrow War. I thought that was fucking one of the worst things ever. And but you had me backstage and I couldn't join in.
I'm sorry. How long were you there? Were you there?
Oh, since you began. No. Just since the Chris Pratt thing. I flicked on to see what you're doing for the show, and you had your tweets open on one of our conversations, and I thought, this must be an interesting show. You're sharing our DMs.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
And that's the second time I've turned on and you're doing that, because weeks ago you did that, or maybe it was months ago now. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I'm going to have to watch what I say in DMs.
I am so sorry. I feel so terrible. I feel so terrible, man. If it makes you feel better, I actually look because I got scared. All that was there was me inviting you to streams and you being busy. So like nothing bad happened. Like you're still looking good in this whole situation.
You're gonna have to code if I ever want to criticize someone in case I turn on a stream and you'll show.
No, I'm never gonna do this again. I promise you, I'm gonna do better.
So, Robot Head, did you watch any of Starfleet Academy?
Not yet. I was actually planning on watching it tonight because it's 7:15 in the. I was going to say the afternoon. It's daylight savings here, so it's still quite bright. So I was thinking of trying to watch it tonight because I'm quite keen to get on board and
I don't know
enjoy it.
why.
Yeah, just from the clips and the images I've seen, I'm fascinated to see how bad this show is. So it's if ever we think we're winning any type of war against woke, like Hollywood are just not going to give up on this. I mean, eventually, I suppose money will talk one day, but I thought by now we'd be beyond this fat retard people in wheelchair futuristic vision of Star Trek. I thought we'd be sort of back to a bit more normality, but obviously not. We're going full steam ahead with the woke bullshit.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't. That Alex Kurtzman, I just don't get it. Like he hasn't had one decent show. Aside from Kathleen Kennedy, I've never seen a situation they just keep giving a guy money who's not capable of doing anything. Like there's not one home run. There's not one. Even Kathleen Kennedy, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Even Kathleen Kennedy, although it has nothing to do with her, because any movie that would have been Chapter 7 of the Skywalker trilogy would have made a ton of money, no matter what happens in that movie. She could at least say that there was one movie that somebody went to see. Kurtzman doesn't even have that. Like, I would say that somehow, and this is difficult for me to say, his track record is even worse than Kathleen Kennedy.
Even, yeah, well, look, Kathleen's going, isn't she? But he's, I don't know who's worse. We got so used to Kathleen Kennedy, and she did so much damage just straight off the bat that we've sort of just got used to it now. Like, coming in fresh, I don't know who actually is worse. They're both bloody horrible.
Yeah, they're both bad.
Yeah.
I think you're going to find they are very similar in their incompetence and bad ideas. We might get a few more lesbian witches with Filoni, but otherwise it's going to be very similar.
I can't believe people online are going, you're not even giving him a chance. It's like they didn't get him off the corner. Like he's been there his whole career.
Already had his chance.
Oh, yeah.
How many chances do we give this guy? Like, he's been part of everything except for Andor, the only thing people actually give any respect to. So, yeah, let's give this guy a chance that's taking over. It's like, fuck, it's insane. Star Wars is gone. That's it. It's never coming back.
Oh, yeah, it's been gone for some time. Yeah.
I don't think that Star Trek can come back either. I think that one's pretty much done too.
Do you think Star Trek has more like a better chance because there's been so many different series of Star Trek that it's easier to forget one? I suppose Star Wars is the same. There's so many shows
because there's so many different iterations of Star Trek, and we already have established. There's this Kelvin timeline over here that the JJ movies were in, right? Like I think that at this point, there's already been established that there's different alternate universes and, time travel and all this stuff in Star Trek that I think they could pretty easily say, oh, that all happened over there. And we're going to come back over here and tell stories in this original universe or whatever. Right. I think that's going to be a lot easier to do with Star Trek than it would be to do that for Star Wars. It's gonna be easier for them to sort of shovel it off into this other reality or whatever, and then say, no, our stories take place in a different timeline or whatever. So, yeah, I think it would be easier to recover for Star Trek. I think the quality of writing that is needed, the skill, the ability to write real, thoughtful science fiction like we had in Star Trek from the 1990s and the early 2000s. I think that is what we are really going to struggle with in trying to redeem and bring back a Star Trek, is that I don't think that Hollywood has writers that are capable of that anymore. I'm not saying there's not writers out there who could do it, but they're not in Hollywood. Right. They're not in that establishment.
The Star Trek one more fascinating or more annoying in one way, because like the boys' adventure of Star Wars and it being the biggest thing in the world and kids loving it. Kathleen Kennedy wanted to take it over and make it more female and all this. You can see not where she's coming from that I agree with her, but you can see her thinking like why she do it. With Star Trek, it's just this sort of smart sci-fi about everyone being equal and what it is to be human and going on these adventures. What are they rebelling against? Like, why are they doing this to it? I think it's more of a mystery than what they did to Star Wars. Star Wars, just idiots trying to expand it and turn it female. With Star Trek, it's like, what are you trying to turn away from in the past that made it so special? Like, it had female captains, and it had captains of color, and it had like everyone was equal in the show. It's beyond me. I know they're just rebelling against society in general, but of all shows to use, I suppose it's like Doctor Who. It's the same sort of thing. It's like, why are you using these shows? It's such a weird one to use as your grandstand.
Because they have to erase the white men. There were too many white men in Star Trek, and they need to go back and completely eliminate the patriarchy. You have a very good point. It was more progressive than anything else. If you have a problem, it should be more with other shows. But
yeah,
but
like
Star
some real
Trek,
sort of much. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Some real sort of macho show that they're trying to redo and make it more fun. That I understand. You know, like, well, I still don't understand. It's fucking stupid. But that you can see where they're coming from. But Star Trek, like, it achieved what you wanted to achieve now 40 years ago, 50 years ago, and to use it to pretend you're achieving something again is just so outrageous and so stupid.
well, it's harder to write, and Professor's not wrong, but we don't have any good science fiction writers in Hollywood, but we don't have any in the country because the entire literary industry has destroyed science fiction.
Very true, yeah.
So even though you might be able to recover because of the series, a good Star Wars is easier to write. And even if they're not destroying Trek on purpose, they're destroying it through their incompetence and inability to deliver anything with futuristic thought. I mean, it looks like it's happening in a San Francisco prep school right now. There's nothing about the show that says the future. It's all like right. Sorry, it's all right here, right now.
That's what I mean. Like, it's like Star Wars is fantasy, you know, like they fucked it up, but it's like you don't have to be smart to get fantasy right, you know. So well, I suppose that makes it even worse that they fucked up Star Wars. But with Star Trek, you need an intelligent mind writing it with some interesting ideas, and I can't see that coming back.
I just wanted to show you what I wanted to do. Like, this was my original idea. I've probably shown this to the professor before. Maybe some people have seen it, but this was not the original Comic-Con, but I went to a later Comic-Con, and this was an interview I did with the guy that co-wrote the screenplay for the movie Green Lantern, the one with Ryan Reynolds.
Notice the fear in his eyes as Price walks up to him.
So this is the kind of stuff I wanted to do, and I was so happy about it.
I co-wrote the critically acclaimed Academy.
Could you hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I co-wrote the critically acclaimed Academy Award-winning Green Lantern movie.
I'm going to tell you something. I didn't hate it as much as some people do.
Thank you.
I've seen worse movies over the years. When the Marvels came out, I thought of Green Lantern and I said, you know what? That wasn't such a bad movie.
There are certain movies that I watch, I go in, you gave me shit for Green Lantern. There are much, much worse movies that came after.
I agree with you.
I think they become a few years later. People have been like, oh, that's fine.
The thing is, at the time, such memorable ones were coming out that one that was just all right was getting maybe more crap than it should have been getting.
Yes, that's very true.
And in the landscape of the last, 5 years, you shove that in between Black Widow movie and The Eternals, people would be saying that you're a genius.
I always am missing people saying I'm a genius. So it's this.
Sometimes timing is important. But you know what? I appreciate you and your honesty. And my viewers would appreciate that as well. Thank you.
I like Price when you turned around and looked at the camera then. That's great. You should re-release that.
Yeah.
How many videos did you get with that? Like, have you got a few of them?
I mean, I did something that I went around and I started talking to people. Like I don't remember. I was filming myself doing all this stuff. I think that the first time that I went, I did a professional video. The first video on my channel is me at Comic-Con. And that one I think I did great on. Like I really like my work there. This one, I went and I did like little interviews, little things with people, but I never really edited them. It's all just like a mess. I think that I thought that I would have more time to play around with it, but I came back and at that time I was just doing a bunch of stuff and I just didn't have the time. So
No, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah, it's hilarious. In his defense, though, there is a director's cut of Green Lantern that is significantly better than the theatrical release.
you know what? I will say this. The guy seemed like a pretty good sport. I'll give him that. You know what I mean? Like he could have been a douche. I thought that he was a pretty good sport about it.
Yeah, didn't you talk to a woman too?
Did I talk to a woman
Didn't
at some point?
Video
But I
clip
don't know if
where
at that
you're
place.
talking to a woman and she looks very ill at ease.
Very what?
She looks a little nervous.
She looks bothered.
Yeah, these are hilarious.
Price doesn't know which video you're talking about because every time he talks to a woman, she looks like that. So he's like, which video? The one with the woman looked nervous.
Yeah, I did do videos. I did do a little interviews and stuff.
He makes so many videos.
There was something. I was just making myself laugh. The thing is that they're very not well edited. Whatever I have, so I don't remember now. Let me see for a second.
Yeah, you should totally re-release them. Robot Head's right, man. You'd get a lot of traction with those, I believe.
It was kind of fun, right? It wasn't the worst thing.
No, it's hilarious. Like it's like when you look back at the camera.
It's like everything. You introduce a puppet, or it's why South Park get away with things. You can say things that would sound rude if you didn't have a puppet in front of the camera. You know, like you get away with it. But he was a good sport. Like, you know, if they're all like that, yeah, they're good.
Yeah, I recall one of them not quite being like that, but that was also funny in its own right. So,
yes, Bryce, you got to bring them back.
Yeah, I mean, there were some funny things.
Get a cigar and be ruder next time.
Yeah,
be ruder.
Hey, like
this looks great for me to
poop on.
Dump on something. Can't steal straight from.
Oh yeah,
come up with your own shtick. You know.
Yeah. Does Robot Head's warranty cover cigar smoke? I'm a little concerned.
Okay, this could be the one that you were talking about. I think. I don't know. Let me see.
This looks like a Robot Head convention. I'm so happy I took a screenshot of it to keep. Got a post that everyone missed the best stream ever. Are you looking for another one?
Are you
Prize?
ready? This is.
Oh yeah.
I don't even know what I was doing here. Okay. This was such a surreal day for me. I was just filming weird stuff and I was going around. Daniel Picciotto.
Yeah, this is it, I think. Yeah.
Are you an artist? What's your name?
Charlie Longwolf.
We just watched Price trying to pick up here.
Pleasure to meet you. What do you draw?
I draw people as birds or millions, whatever comes to mind. I drew him as a bird. He has it over there. I'll show you.
Do you have a booth here?
No, not yet. One day.
You know what? I'd rather see you do a comic than all these people. That's very nice. I have a modest YouTube channel that a few people watch. Is there anywhere they can find your art?
Yeah, at Charlie, Charli, Longwolf, Lonewolf.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we're wishing you the best of luck here.
Thank you.
We support new artists here at Price of Reason Studios. See ya.
I think that I
All
just
these
walked
people
around
are
this
boring
convention acting like an asshole. That's all I was doing all day.
Oh, I think it's this lady. She was a good sport too, but I have vague recollection that.
Are you Clint Smith? I am. Oh, wow. So great to see so many wonderful artists here at this artist alley.
I really like your crown. It's very nice.
Thank you, thank you. It really adds to the official interview situation that's going on here.
You know what now?
It makes it very official that I have a crown.
It does. It really does.
You couldn't hear because you looked away from it for a minute.
Serious reporter reporting on serious matters.
I can tell, yes. I can tell.
Well, it's great to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
You have a good, what were we talking about? Oh, artists. Alley. Of course. It's just such a weird thing. I'm sure there's probably a way to edit the highlight of this thing. Ariel Diaz, I guess it's this guy. What does Ariel Diaz do? Who the fuck knows? Keep walking here. Wait. Camilla Terencio.
You are just hitting on chicks and using the puppet as an excuse, aren't you?
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. We're promoting new artists here on Price of Reason Studios. It's nice to see you. What happened to the professor? Mark Brooks.
Yeah, I think you should have spent more time with the blonde.
Mark Brooks, but he seems very occupied.
I think you had a chance with her, man.
Friend. You know, these people seem very busy too. I think that the professor, his internet is out.
Oh.
Oh no! OBS is acting up. I'll be right back.
Hey, how's it going? Are you Steve McNiven?
No, I'm just helping out. So.
You're just helping out. The helper of Steve McNiven is here. Keep up the good work. Frank Thierry. Oh.
Inviting.
You know what? I probably deserved it.
Yeah, probably did.
You have a good day.
Thank you.
You know what? I like that guy. Andy Belanger. Very busy doing something. Jackson Lanzi.
I'm giving the worst
Tim
information.
Sheridan.
The worst interviews.
Jeremy Adams.
Anyhow, I think this is the part that I reached with the Guggenheim guy, so we're back to square one. But
you could easily edit that together as a cool little video.
Yeah, and you had a shot with that blonde. I don't know why you left so quickly.
No, nothing was better than the first girl that was kneeling down. He goes, "I'd like to see you do what it was to a comic more than anyone else here." Smooth.
I was the biggest asshole.
That's when she started moving away, and then you she kept getting out of camera shot, and you're like chasing her. Anyway, yeah, I've got a YouTube channel.
And Price, you weren't the asshole. The puppet was the asshole. That's the beauty of it.
Exactly.
That was the best part, that I could somehow have the character. But that was the vision to begin with. I really wanted to do cool stuff like that. But it's a lot of work. It's like and I have to sort of act a little different than what I am. I have to be like a different type of personality, sort of. A little bit different.
Yeah,
not that different.
Not that different.
You go to edit the video and you talk to one guy the whole day.
It feels like a Star Trek. No
you
man.
Should do that every convention.
Yeah, no man. It's like Star Trek shows.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? I promised that lady that I would that she could talk about her art. And she's talking about it on the stream. I kept my word.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I think you should keep that up. I think you should be back out doing it. And like when you said the guy, who the fuck knows, I would just get that little bit cheekier with them and use the puppet as defense the whole time. So even get the girls to kiss the puppet.
Yeah, no, at least if nothing else, I amused myself. Like, I was having fun with myself.
Oh, you amused the whole chat, dude. Are you kidding? I'm still laughing. This is the funniest shit I've seen in a long time. Funniest thing since Robot Head's last video.
And as we know, that's the greatest thing ever, Price. So that's a huge compliment.
Greatest thing
It is a huge compliment.
ever.
But no, listen, you, like I said, I feel like if I had your video planning and editing skills, I would be like the king of the universe.
But that would be so easy to edit. What you just showed, easy, like quick, because for one, it's all your own footage. But just cut out the bits in between. Just leave the highlights. But yeah, that'd be easy to do.
Yeah, you know what? If you send that to me, I'll edit it for you, man. No charge. Just so we can get it out there.
And it's always good to go backwards and forwards between people. You know what I mean? Like just have one line from someone, go to someone else, then go back to that person later, sort of thing.
I see what you mean. Meaning like you see the girl saying a word, then I see this guy, then I see another girl, but then I go back to the first girl.
Yeah.
That it looks like I'm more like fancy if I do that.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
yeah,
very
non-linear
all over the
editing.
place.
See, that's
Yes.
something that you know because you know this. I can't prove it. I can't prove what you do in your personal life, but I would be very surprised if somewhere you're not like a professional editor. Like,
Well, you know,
if that's just
my
like a
personal
hobby,
life.
then you're like the best hobbyist ever. I actually think that like you do that because it's like it looks pro.
It's frustrating though because, like, you know, not to whinge too much about the channel and views and things, but when they were doing well, you could spend that extra time. It was worth it, you know. And now it's not worth it. Like YouTube doesn't make it worth it. There's no reward for it. So you know, just cutting corners and trying to work out how to do videos quick, faster, so I can get them out because they're not making enough money, you know. So it's bloody YouTube makes it very frustrating because you think of funny ideas and ways to improve videos, but then you just think, you know, just can't put that much time into it.
I mean, like my video, my what's his face, my review for Rise of Skywalker. Like, I loved making that video. It's so annoying. It's like YouTube doesn't reward you for stuff that's cool. Like I think that they used to be more rewarding of people that actually invested time and energy and stuff. And that's probably, you know, more around the time that like your video stood out because the quality really like, you know, pushed them through. Whereas today
you could do them months later. Like now, if you don't get out within the week of something being released, like my Stranger Things video, it's like 2 weeks late or something. It's just too late. They don't care. You know what I mean? Like you could release something months after something came out. If it was a good video and quality and that, it would still do well. But now you got to, you know, push on and get it out as quickly as possible. And yeah, it's a very frustrating process at the moment.
Yeah, but you never know. I mean, the algorithm's always changing. There's a chance it could go back to that. That's sort of my hope. I mean, you really don't know. Now we're getting flooded with all this AI crap, and I'm hitting the don't recommend.
It's all AI.
Yeah, I'm hitting don't recommend this channel all over. Maybe they'll catch a clue, and it'll go back. I don't know, but I do know you guys have extraordinarily entertaining content, and I do hope it ends up being well worth both your whiles.
There's a super chat there, not to take over, but it's about me, Karate Werewolf.
There's
$2.
one before that too, I think.
Well, this one says Robot Head, been a fan since it's a trap video. I got to say, that's the other annoying thing. It's getting to a stage where it's like, how, you know, can I keep doing this? And it's like, but then you get the nicest comments from people that have watched every video you've done for years. It's like, yeah, it's just, you know, you think, I got to keep making them. Like, there's nice people out there that actually enjoy them, you know. So
they're very high quality. I'm not just saying that because you're here. I understand exactly what happened. I mean, first of all, YouTube went from high quality to just quantity of people just with a microphone standing around and doing their cheaper videos, and just the speed of which they you know they make the videos. It matters more than the quality. But now even those people are sort of pushed aside, and the AI thing. There is so much AI garbage that comes up in my feed, and it annoys me so much because I sometimes click on these channels and suddenly I see they have like a lot of subscribers or they get a lot of views, and I click on the video and I know it's a piece of shit video from the guy that's like the AI talking, from like that they're a lot of times they're like talking about a subject which they're making mistakes. It's not even accurate, or in some cases they're just making up a story. there's a guy, I don't know why I thought of this guy. He's not AI. I don't want to say his name. There's a guy that sits around and makes videos, with all these like scoops of stuff and whatever. What a crock of shit. And people actually watch this guy's video.
You're a puppet. You can say whoever you want. Say who it is. Come on. The puppet can say whatever it wants. You don't have to worry.
Oh, hold on. Fine, I'll say what it is. Yeah, I'll do it. It's that Tachyon Pulse guy. I don't believe one word he has to say.
Oh, he's so full of crap, man. You don't need to listen to them.
Okay, we have some super chats. You're right about that.
The first one is Jason Webster's Blake Ferratu.
Okay, the first one is Jason Webster. Blake Ferratu. Okay. Thanks for giving me the heads up. Now I'm going to share that. It's like, I don't know why. Listen, everybody has their hustle, and he's allowed to do that. It's not that he can't do that. It just kind of annoys me.
If Mike Zero can do it, anybody
He's
can.
the worst Mike Zero. Mike Zero for years has just been making up shit. I don't know how, it's frustrating. Like he
Listen, don't be a Ryan Johnson. Ryan Johnson was bagging Mike Zero. You heard that story, didn't you? Betty were talking about him when they were making Last Jedi.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
Oh, he said there's this guy. There's a whole thing. It was I think it was in an interview. I'm sure the chat will know, where Ryan Johnson was saying, when we're making the movie, there's this guy, Mike Zero, that makes up all this stuff, and we used to read it out and laugh about it every day. And so I'm sure I mentioned a video or something, what a prick Ryan Johnson is, but he actually named him that they used to laugh at him every day reading what he was reporting on for The Last Jedi. And I thought, you bastard, Mike Zero's full of crap, but he loves Star Wars. Like, why would you say that about some guy that loves Star Wars,
Well, look at what they did to Star Wars Theory. They mocked their biggest fan that had 3 million subs,
wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they were annoyed because they didn't like that Favreau succeeded with bringing back Luke, so they preferred to bash a guy with 3 million followers that was actually excited to see Luke Skywalker, CGI Luke Skywalker. I mean, whatever, but I'm just saying, it was so stupid, and that was all Pablo Hidalgo and all those people. And now on her way out, Kathleen Kennedy is talking about Pablo Hidalgo.
Has she mentioned him? Because I haven't heard his name mentioned forever.
In the exit interview, she mentioned him.
Yeah, she said, "Oh, he's the walking encyclopedia of Star Wars." And
he's the one that approved the Holdo maneuver.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
He's great.
He's so full of. He's not.
Now, there's nothing worse than the people that set up a camera to have a cry on camera. But poor Star Wars Theory, his was legit. He was doing a live stream, watching it live. And I felt emotional watching that scene, and I hated the show, but still, when Luke flies in and arrives, I got all tingly, and now I am thinking about it. It was a legit emotional response, and they made fun of him.
Yeah, it's not like
sums him up.
Yeah, it's not like one of those YouTubers that gets the makeup out and sets up the camera and then cries about immigrants. His was a real, authentic reaction to something he loves, and that asshole Hidalgo mocked him. I just couldn't believe, who hates their customers like Lucasfilm? My God.
But it shows, I reckon half those pricks think they're too good for Star Wars, like it's childish and they're above it. And because if someone reacts, someone just says they like my video, I'm flattered, and thank them, and can't believe people actually watch the videos. Who works on something and then has a go at someone for being emotional about what you worked on? I reckon it just shows the mentality at Lucasfilm where they think they're above the audience. This is not news to anyone here, but they think they're above the audience and they're, too good for it all. And that was just proof of it, in front of everyone.
I just thought of something, Robot Head, that in a way you're kind of a tragic figure. You know why?
Because life's terrible for me and I've got a robotic head.
No, because because you're anonymous, you probably couldn't show your work to people. Meaning, if somebody's like, "Hey, we're looking to hire an amazing editor," you can't bring out the what do Star Wars do wrong with their lightsabers? Because if you did, they'd know you were you. So your best and most popular work, you can't actually share that with anybody.
Oh yeah,
and
he
not
can.
everyone appreciates the humor.
He could say he could easily say, "Hey, I edit videos for this prick robot head who has a YouTube channel." No
That's
problem.
do that.
That's my way out if I'm ever busted.
But if they actually talk to him, they'll notice that the voice is similar. I mean, I think that'll be a little tricky for him to sound like Robot Head and
Us
be the guy that
Australians all
edits his
sound the
videos.
same, though. We all sound the same out
He
here.
can disguise his voice
That's
a little
right.
bit, going in there. Hey, I want to show you my reel. Here we go. Nar.
Let's do these quick super chats before I forget.
Okay.
$2 from Jason Webster. Blake Ferratu sucks the life out of directors.
Yeah, that's not all she sucks out of them, from what I've heard, allegedly, is that
We don't know
she-
that. Here at Price
Yeah.
of Reason Studios, we do not know that there's any
Yeah.
Confirmation on what you just said. Jason
I
Webster
said
says,
allegedly.
yeah, you did say that. $5. Last straw for fans 2017 and the rise of 2019. Turds you can't polish. That's
I
true.
could argue every day about which film's worse out of those two. Because
there's so much awful.
Okay, I will say this. This is a tough one. It's like what we were saying with Kathleen Kennedy and Alex Kurtzman. It's a tough one, but I'll say this. The Last Jedi is seemingly a more competently put together movie, but the destruction to the lore, pissing on the franchise and on the characters, it's like, irreversible damage that still until today people are feeling it. Whereas like The Rise of Skywalker, first of all, the big damage was already in The Last Jedi. The Rise of Skywalker is a scrambled event that they're they're scrambling to put together a movie. It doesn't even make sense. It's like, if it's not that there was some person that's competently making a movie that's pissing on the franchise, it's barely even a movie.
I think I said in a video once, The Last Jedi hates its fans, where The Rise of Skywalker hates cinema. Like, it's one of the worst films I've ever seen. Like, if you're just watching it as a film on its own and the way it tells the story, it's just fucking terrible. So, like, The Last Jedi, we hate decisions that were made more than what was in front of us, in a sense, where The Rise of Skywalker is just a fucking dog's breakfast.
Like, listen, I'm not a fan of Rian Johnson, and I don't think much of him, but I will say that, let's say if he was given a script where, like, Luke is awesome, and, like, he had a studio saying, this is your script, you do what we tell you. He didn't write the script, and he's directing what he's told. Probably, like, his film would have been more competently made than Rise of Skywalker. Rise of Skywalker is a frantic effort to put together something that resembles a movie. And you know what? This also has a lot to do. J.J. Abrams is a hack. It also has a lot to do with Kathleen Kennedy, because the feeling I got watching Rise of Skywalker is very similar to the feeling I had when I watched Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. This kind of movie where nothing seems to work. It's not. It feels like they didn't have a movie, and they're freaking out, and they just at the end put together an assortment of images, hoping that somebody in their mind will think that it's a movie.
They're very similar when you watch them, in that sense of, like, there's not even a fucking movie here. It's just throwing shit at the wall, hoping some sticks. Like, it's just, they're both terrible. Talking about Rise of Skywalker and Indiana Jones and the tile of fucking dog shit, they both are as bad as each other. Like, they're terrible. I mean, like, in Last Jedi, he made Luke a fucking loser, but J.J. Abrams brought back Emperor Palpatine and didn't even give us a reason. Like, it's like, yeah, I hate them for different reasons. Both terrible.
Somehow there's your reason. Okay, it's not complicated. Just
watch
just
the behind the
clap,
scenes.
clap like a seal.
It's amnesia, like from the Truman Show. He just goes amnesia. I'll give Rian Johnson, he can at least create a coherent narrative. The others are just all over the place, messy.
The behind the scenes for Rise of Skywalker, who was the writer that worked with JJ on that? He's a real knob.
Wasn't it? Was it Chris Terrio or one of those? I don't know what.
I don't know. He's in the It's not Chris. I don't think it's him. But anyway, in the behind the scenes, they're sitting down together, and he's got his laptop the whole time, and they're going through every scene and rewriting it. And he goes on about the stupid fucking, is it triad? What do they call the love relationship between?
Oh, the dyad.
Dyad. That's it. And how important that is.
Oh, Colin Trevorrow. Oh, sorry.
That's it.
No. Chris Terrio was one of the writers, though.
Was it?
Yeah, but Colin Trevorrow, I think, is who he's talking about.
Yeah, and you're just watching it going, you fucking losers. Like, you got no idea.
So Trevorrow was going to be the original director of Duel of the Fates.
Yes.
It was
he
the
was
other
going to
guy
be the
you
one that
mentioned, wasn't it?
was originally going to make the film.
Right.
And then it was taken off
Chris
of
Terrio,
it.
trust me.
Yeah, Terrio was the co-writer who wrote with Abrams. Yeah.
Yeah, does he look like a little bald geek?
Yeah, it's Chris Terrio. That's him. Yeah.
Usually when there's something happy going on, Chris Terrio is there.
How do these guys keep? How do I get that job? How do I get the job of just falling up constantly?
By the way, quickly before I forget, Jason Webster for $5 Australian. The previous one $5 Australian. The other one was $2. Wanted J.J. Abrams for crime against contemporary Western popular culture. That is The Rise of Skywalker. Definitely a disaster of a movie. The thing also with Indiana Jones, I don't know why I thought of this. There's one part in the movie that really, like, beyond the fact that it was a disaster the whole time, there's one moment that they're in one place and then suddenly they're on a boat. I don't know how they got from one place to another. Like, there's no narrative explanation how they got from this scene to the other scene. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's somehow they got on a boat.
And the captain's, I shouldn't have had a sleep before I came on before. Banderas, what's his name?
Antonio Banderas, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, they hired him for that 5-minute role. Like, it's just, the editing on that film is just terrible. I just want to mention too that you're getting Australian dollars, the Australian peso, and like that $5 there. That's at least about 20 cents in US currency. So you should
and then it's followed up with some Canadian money. So.
And Jason,
Jason
is at Webster. Jason, I'm not having a go at your donation because it's really $5 to us. It is a $5, and it's bloody so dear to live here now that $5 bloody we need. So it's very generous.
That $5 could buy you one half of a beer.
I told you that a packet of cigarettes is like $60 now.
Yeah,
and
it's crazy.
I thought you were kidding.
Like $100. No.
And then I looked, and you're right. It is. It's so expensive. I can't believe it.
Yep, they tax everything over the top now. So anything that might slightly harm you, they just think it's a reason to tax the hell out of it. So cigarettes was the first, but now alcohol's just as bad.
Well, so the final one you said, Roddy Werewolf, the one that said Robot had been a fan since your It's a Trap video. And
it's lovely. Thank you very much.
And Jason Webster said all copies of The Last Jedi and Dolls of Destiny belong at the bottom of a sewage treatment pond. Yes, I agree.
You wouldn't do that to sewage. That's mean.
My first video was on the robot from Solo because I was so shocked that they had the feminist robot in the Solo movie. Can't even remember her name now.
So that was actually, rights now.
Yeah, so my first video was on that and women in Star Wars, I think, and the next one was on Last Jedi. So I think I actually started with Solo.
I started with New York Comic Con, like a previous one, not the one that you saw now. And my second one, I think, was I was interviewing people after the Rise of Skywalker, and then I did a review of the Rise of Skywalker. I think those are my early videos.
Yeah, wasn't she L337? Because they wanted to make her elite?
Yes, it was L337. Yes, that's right. It was L337 because she's elite.
And don't forget, she still controls the Millennium Falcon till today.
Yeah, she's doing the power to the people thing. Like she's a total socialist droid.
Someone was saying during the week about how they introduced the Millennium Falcon in Force Awakens, saying the junk will do. I think that's the line, when they and they run to it and saying how that was the best introduction to a ship ever. And then I was thinking about, I think it's Star Trek the movie where we see the ship for the first time. There's like a 10-minute scene with the music playing of them flying around the ship.
Oh, yes.
And it's just like the respect given to the ship in that film. It's a complete opposite of what they did to the Millennium Falcon.
I never thought of that, but that's right. Like I still get a huge, it's still a very strong emotional response to see the Enterprise in that shot. Yeah. It's amazing.
Because I hadn't seen it for years, and then I watched it obviously not that long ago after, it was probably close to seeing, what am I saying? It was a couple of years after seeing Force Awakens, and I hadn't thought about it. And then when the ship comes on and they just slowly flying around in a little pod and the music's going, I thought, oh God, this is slightly different to the Millennium Falcon. I know there's the running joke that the Millennium Falcon's junk, but I mean, the running joke's meant to be sort of with love, where Force Awakens, it was just, no, it's just junk.
Yeah, it was mean-spirited, and the fact that, what's it even... It's like, JJ, wouldn't it be cool if they go to a junkyard and find the Millennium Falcon? Well, how does it get there? How does Han lose his ship? How do they not know where it is after all these years? And how does she not know, since she's heard all about Han Solo, how did she not recognize his ship?
And I like Han Solo and Chewie turn up in a bigger ship that they now own that can engulf the Millennium Falcon. And then they just leave that bigger ship behind when they take the Millennium Falcon. Like, you think he'd want some ownership of that massive ship he's leaving behind, but
weren't there monsters or something on there though?
Yeah, it was covered in wrath tars.
Yeah.
Holy hell. As I've said before, that movie, that is when the wheels came off. After they got in the ship and took off, everything after that is just gets worse and worse and worse. And it starts with them meeting Han Solo in orbit.
But Professor, didn't she bypass the compressor? Didn't that fix everything?
Oh, yeah. She also flew the Millennium Falcon faster and more agile than two pilots could when, Han and Chewie were at the controls, right? She flew it all by herself and better than they ever have. Even though she had never sat in a cockpit and flown a ship before, ever.
Because she's the bestest ever.
She is.
So that'd be a good edit, having her fly, then go to the scene. She flies now because she does bloody everything. So.
They fly now? Yeah. Oh, jeez. Yep.
Star Wars. We'll talk about it forever.
Yeah, I'm not trying to dox anybody, but I noticed the robot head didn't mention any contradictory information when you accused him of his editorial prowess.
Oh, we've got to keep that all under wraps.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way that anybody could think that he's not a professional editor, but I don't know. I'm not trying to out you. I just think that, I don't know. I studied film, and your things look very professionally edited. So it's one out of two things. Either you just have like a natural gift for it and you've picked it up and you're just, that's something that you're really good at, or you've also done it professionally. And if it turns out that you did it professionally, I wouldn't be shocked. And if you're not doing it professionally, I would think that you probably should be.
Yes. Well, yeah, I wish someone would pay me to do it. Can I go to Star Wars and wait for? Do you know how quickly I'd sell out if Lucasfilm offered me a job? I'd be so on board.
They don't know who you are. You could just pretend you're somebody else, right? You could. They'll never know.
Yeah, but presumably you're a man, and so they won't even hire you. You can always find out who Price is just by getting Leslie to admit who all of her ex-boyfriends are. You could narrow it down.
Who's the one that got away, Leslie? That's how we'll find out. I did have someone tell me once, this is on the down low, it's someone on YouTube who happens to know someone that, how can I say this without giving too much away, because I don't think they want me to give it away, but they know someone that's worked in one of the Star Wars shows, and that when they went to work one day in Lucasfilm, they had a list of all YouTubers that they were not happy with and wanted to do something about. And apparently I was on that list. It was back in the day.
Wow.
Yeah. So that always makes me laugh. I don't know 100% if it's true, but this person that told me like just told me on the lowdown, and they knew someone in there, and they, you know, they weren't telling me for any gain or, you know, for any reason other than they said it was just 100% true. But I don't know if it's true. But
No, it's
yes.
100% true, and I'll tell you why. I am like it. I didn't have. You have videos that, like, some of them, you know, the ones that really destroyed Disney had, like, you know, 10, 11, 12 million views, things like that. Those were the, you know, numbers that you had on videos. You don't get those kind of numbers without them noticing. And I'll tell you something. Pablo Hidalgo at some point posted a tweet that suggested that he knew who I was. Now, I don't
Oh,
have
really?
12 I don't have 12 million anything. You know what I mean? If this guy knew who, like, a little literal fish like me was, I imagine that you were like there's a dartboard at their headquarters.
I miss Pablo. He was hilarious because he was so in the trenches, arguing with people and fighting. They were good times. But yeah, I haven't heard his name for ages. I'm
He
surprised.
told a joke about me once.
Oh, really?
Yes, somebody asked him, I don't know why, maybe I posted something and, like, I was bashing Lucasfilm, and somebody asked him, what do you think about the price of reason or something like that? And then he answered something like, he's worth $1.05. And it's a weird joke that he tried to make because there's the movie Team America World Police
Yeah,
where
yeah.
they're like freedom cost $1.05, whatever it is. So it's like freedom cost $1.05, but I wasn't the price of freedom. I was the price of reason. So I don't really understand the joke. Like, if I was called price of freedom, then his joke would be at least halfway decent. But since I'm price of reason and not price of freedom, I don't understand the joke. Yes, I understand that he thinks I'm not worth a lot. I got that part, but
You've seen their other writing. Like, come on, that's as good as he can do.
as good as
Yeah.
he couldn't even come like that's the thing. Like, he couldn't even come up with a witty one. That's like the worst. It's so stupid. He's worth $1.05.
When they were saying that Ryan got spooked the other day, Kathleen Kennedy said Ryan Johnson got spooked from making Star Wars.
No way he got spooked.
I said, yeah, his ego, no way. I said, oh, good, I hope I did my part. And someone said, you know, oh, yeah, sure, you know, sitting in your basement tweeting, you really had an impact. And I said, oh, I think I did a little bit more than that. I thought, that hurts so much. You don't even know that I did videos. At least when people used to have a go at me, they knew I did videos that got good views. This person didn't even know, and that's what hurt the most. They got me right in the heart with that one.
Well, didn't not Z3PO, didn't he work on one of the shows? He mentioned a similar kind of list.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, he might have. I should ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's funny to think. I'd love to be able to fly on the wall in there, especially back when it was all peaking around Last Jedi, to see what really went on in there. But we wouldn't have dreamed with everything that went on with Last Jedi, the videos and the big, you know. And it's changed so much. Like, it's hard to explain. You guys get it. I mean, explain to the shills online that love Disney how much it's changed since then. Like, so many people that I used to deal with and talk to and follow the channel and that have just gone away from Star Wars. Like the change in the fandom has just been huge. But what was I going to say? Where was my train of thought going with all that? But I have completely lost what I was going to say.
You were talking about being on a list and how you would love to see them talking about you as a fly on the wall.
I'm sure they did.
I was going to say we wouldn't have dreamed that we would have got to the Acolyte. Like, we would have, with all that going on and the you know, Solo losing money and first, you know, Star Wars film to lose money, like, we would have thought that things would have got better within the next couple of years at the time. Like, you know, with Kathleen going, we thought that would have happened then, and we thought something would have improved by now. And like, then you think, then we got the Acolyte. Was that last year or the year before or whatever? And it's like, nothing's improved. It's just got worse.
Yeah, I mean, somehow.
Why has Price removed me? What's going on?
I was going to surprise you, but I think I didn't do it well. Hold on. Wait, this is this.
I'm like a floating moon on one picture.
Okay, hold on. This is going to be fine. This is going to work out.
At least me and Professor are getting drinks together. Oh God, what's going on there? What are you suggesting?
No, it's not what you think.
I hope not. God, now this is getting awkward. Everyone's making me do weird things. I am looking nice and shiny next to Price.
You're kind of like Batman, you have your own suit.
I do.
I think it's pretty
I've been meaning
good.
to get a new head. For a while there, I was close to having a new one, but I have to change it one of these days.
I tried to get Grok to animate you, and it never really worked out.
Sorry, Robot Head. I know that didn't look good. I was trying to make my thing smaller, but it looks. I understand that the optics.
You were trying to make your thing smaller, and it accidentally got larger.
Just think of Leslie Headland. That should shrink it up.
Oh, not for Price. That gets him going.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look, I'm pouring drinks up there.
Oh, there you go.
Wow. Oh, I need that. You got to send me that. That's fantastic.
It's really good, yeah.
And this is apparently, I don't think I mentioned this. Is this the 200th episode?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Very well done. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, it's surprising that we've been doing this for a while now.
That's more than videos I've done.
Well, I mean, videos are they take a long time. Like, I did this video for that Star Trek episodes 1 and 2, and everything was slow. By the time I wrote my notes and I recorded the narration and I started working on it, and I thought to just give up on it. And I just posted this random tweet, and I thought that 5 people would see it. Apparently, a lot of people saw it. And Disparu told me, no, you got to finish your video. You already started working on it. You have to finish it. And like, he was so, kind of firm on his position. That didn't sound good either. But in any case, I actually ended up finishing it. I don't know who's going to watch it, but I uploaded it.
I'm just going to edit this video with your highlights at the Comic-Con talking to that woman. Like, I'd like you, and then all the double entendres you've said during the whole show about getting hard and stiff and bigger and smaller. And Leslie, we're going to get like a super cut of this live stream for the 200th.
Well, you're welcome to do whatever you want. I mean, it'll be better than what I do.
Oh man, Professor going off now.
It's 200th episode. Come on, we gotta.
We need to play some Mexican
party.
music.
Shouldn't you be doing shots or something for your 200th? I see people get super chats to have shots.
Yeah, that's Yellow Flash. I don't even see how those guys, they're usually blacked out by the end of the stream, and half of them are Australian, so it must cost them a fortune in booze.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, we got a few more super chats. Let's look at it. Okay, wait. Tell jokes.
Well,
so women to tell jokes.
Yes.
Okay. There was a girl from Nantucket.
I have a Star Trek one. It's the Enterprise women one hears have chased after Spock for several years, but his look of disdain has spared them great pain, for his prick is as sharp as his ears.
Ooh.
Oh, jeez.
So let's look at what we
Spock
saw.
would be an interesting lover, wouldn't he? Because like he's got the hand thing to get the truth out of in that. So I bet he's good, but I bet he's sort of also very blank about it. Like he's like, you like that, do you? Like there'd be no hot talk in the ear, but he'd know what to do with the hands. That's for sure. Oh, more animated. I got blood coming out of my eyes. Jesus,
that's
kind
rather
cool,
horrifying.
actually,
Nice.
Yeah, I didn't have time to kick the background out, but hey man.
Yes, I need these sent to me. I'm going to use these.
Oh, I'll upload it. I'll DM you.
I thought my Batman one was pretty good. It's not animated, but it's pretty good.
My body.
What you're? Yeah, I mean, like the Batman kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm digging
I think
it.
that if I lift you, wait, no, that was me.
If anyone in the chat dislikes Robot Head, they're going to really fucking hate this stream. Who is this guy they're thinking?
So see, you have this kind of
oh wow, you went all the way out.
Yeah, you have like this kind of armor thing going on.
So for 200 episodes, are they highlights?
We're not like you, Robot. We don't have songs. We don't have highlights. We've done nothing. There's nothing.
No intros or transition scenes.
There's
But
absolutely
you've made it to 200. See, that's the difference.
He's made it on raw charisma and not fancy video gimmicks.
That's right. That's right. You don't have to fool your audience.
I wish I had like, all this kind of cool video stuff. But it is what it is. I mean, the one I am really happy though that we do this stream twice a week, and I don't know. I think some people at least enjoy it.
Did you read the super chat out about the Brazilian waxing of the hairy man?
Oh, sorry. Watching this, I'm the worst. Watching Disney Star Wars, Kurtzman Trek, Megalopolis, or Snow White is like a very hairy man undergoing a Brazilian wax. I have to say that I'm going to say something controversial. Out of those 4 movies, Megalopolis, I would prefer watching over the other 3 because, first of all, Megalopolis is not ruining anything for anybody else. You may not like it, but it's his thing that he wanted to do. The other thing is, I feel like Megalopolis is something, back in the day you had in France, you had like filmmakers that did weird things and they're like, look how weird this is, or expressionism or whatever. I feel like Megalopolis is some kind of surreal throwback to like old cinema. It may not make a whole lot of sense or it may not be that great, but I sort of, at least I had a minimum amount of respect for some kind of ambition of him trying to do this kind of old throwback type of movie. Maybe he swung and he missed, but at least it was his own dream. You know what I mean? He had his own vision of something that he wanted to do. And if you look at it like you're looking at it like a linear, proper movie with a proper screenplay and everything, you're not going to get that from Megalopolis. If you're looking for more like the kind of French surrealism, maybe German expressionism, this kind of old school style of filmmaking, and he's trying to do something almost like the silent era or whatever you want to call it, I think that it's not a movie that he needed to invest hundreds of millions of dollars in. If he told me that he wants to make this movie, I tell him, take a few million out of your fortune and make the movie for a few million, because it's not really going to have an audience. The fact that he's like, nope, I'm going to take like $100 million and pour into it, that's the dumb part. It's just, that's where he's stupid, kind of.
Now he's selling belongings at the moment, isn't he, to try and survive?
Oh, I'm sure, there's some family money in there. I've actually been up to that ranch in Marin.
You have an echo, I think.
Is that? Yeah, but I don't think it's me.
Somebody had an echo. I don't think it was me.
Is it me?
Let's see. Yeah, echo is gone. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gone.
Was it you or me?
Let's not point fingers.
I don't know.
I want to play the blame game.
It could have been me. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so Nicolas Cage had a birthday party at his uncle's ranch in Marin, and I was a sound tech for the band that was playing there. So I got to hang out and have a little fun.
Was this at a Nicolas Cage party, did you say?
Yeah. I used to live in California and San Francisco.
Did you meet the Cage?
Yeah. He's really tall. It's
I'm
funny.
so jealous. I'm absolutely jealous as I could possibly be at the moment. I'd love to meet this Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, he just and I met Patricia Arquette. You know how basketball players, they look a little thin on TV, but that's because they're so tall. When you see them in person, they're really kind of frighteningly gigantic.
Yeah.
And Cage, I think he's the only guy that lists his real height on IMDb. Because I would have sworn the guy's like 6'6" or something, but I think he's only 6'2" or 6'3". But it's not like I hung out with him or anything.
It's his presence and beauty. It makes him look even taller. I came close once. I was driving through the city at night in Melbourne, and I noticed this crazy looking motorbike in the back of a truck, and I thought, oh, what's going on? Then I noticed American police cars everywhere, and they were filming Ghost Rider in the middle of the city. But I don't think he was actually. He was here for the whole shoot, but I don't know if he was actually on set when I saw them. But it was the scene, if you've seen the lovely Ghost Rider, where he rides up the side of the building. They were doing that scene.
Yeah, that probably would have been a stunt guy on that day.
Yeah.
But I will say, you know what? Patricia Arquette is more gorgeous in person than she looks on screen.
I could see that.
Yeah, there's not too many of them like that.
Yeah, but it's some of them they look okay on screen, and then you see them in real life, and they're like really beautiful.
Yeah, I usually, because I was out there and I was sort of industry adjacent for a while, most of the time it's exactly the opposite. I'm like, are you sure that's her? Really? But I've met a couple that were absolutely just beautiful. You're just sitting there tongue tied. You can't believe it. Like Nev Campbell was like that. She was so nice and sweet, but yeah, she is like one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in person. And then Vanessa Williams was like a goddess. I was supposed to take pictures, and like I swear I couldn't move. I forgot how to use a camera. I was just sort of.
If only you had Price's puppet.
You know what? That fucking might have worked, man.
Speaking of puppet,
I'd rather see you do a comic more than anyone else in here.
Talk to the puppet.
Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Oh, here we go. Now let's see how many men to how many women the Price talks to here. Look to the left. We can see why he's heading over here.
Hello there.
Who are you?
I am Price of Reason. I have my own YouTube channel, and I'm on Twitter and on Rumble. And sometimes I'm a guest on other channels where I'm considered a pop culture specialist. I mean, I don't know if I am one, but people invite me, so I don't want to tell them that I'm not. Are you Stephanie Levaud?
Yes.
That's you? This is Stephanie Levaud. Here at Price of Reason Studios, we like to promote artists.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I love her. I don't even know what she draws. I like this lady. Whatever she does, you should get it.
I love your crowd.
You have a nice day.
You too, thank you.
Price, I like when you look at the camera, you look like you've got a little smiley face in the middle of your head.
It's good that I have this puppet because in reality, I'm such a douche that I think that it's good. I don't know why I only talk to ladies at this convention.
This woman seems very serious about her craft.
Female creator.
Nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing to be ashamed of about that. You're just a modern puppet, acknowledging that women have finally smashed the patriarchy.
Price, can you just go? Price, just go back a little bit.
Fantastic at drawing vaginal flowers.
I was about to say, Price, can we see that lady's work again?
Looks a little bit.
All the work was
George
one thing.
O'Keefe-ish.
Yes, definitely some O'Keefe action going on.
Yeah, that's
I like your artwork, and are you the model?
Yes. Did you pose for your own artwork?
Jeffrey, it's very vaginal. Can you say vagina? I find that some men saying that word feel very uncomfortable. Can you say it with me? Vagina.
That's what the puppet should have been doing.
I feel like I didn't talk to enough people.
You didn't talk to enough
any
women.
men. Which I appreciate.
Except for the one guy who gave the business to about his movie.
Oh, what's this lady?
I like you're interviewing them, but you give them your resume. I'm on YouTube. I get interviewed. I go on other channels. And then you're like, see ya. Don't tell me anything about you.
Yeah.
I didn't look at one drawing. All these people, I didn't even care what they drew.
Yeah, you passed some nice
Here we are
lady
with
drawings.
Francine Delgado. That's you? You're Francine? Here at Price of Reason Studios, we like to promote new artists. How long have you been drawing?
Comics around 10 years.
The relatively new artist.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm doing mostly covers, but this one over here, I did also interiors.
you know what? I kind of like what you're doing here. Some of these covers look nice. I like these ladies.
We are learning so much at the moment.
Specials. I wrote them specifically for this convention. That's why she has an apple, because the big apple. And yeah.
You know, I think my viewers could appreciate something like this.
You can let them know my Instagram. If they know one is my name, Francine Delgado Art.
Francine Delgado Art, and what's your Instagram? Okay. So it's Francine Delgado, and her Instagram is Francine Delgado Art.
Her women look like women.
Thank you so much for talking to us. You have a great day and great convention.
Yeah, I'm very impressed that the women look like women.
I'm all about promoting people.
There was a very tall drawing
There's no
of a
discrimination
woman.
on my end. I want everybody to succeed. Where am I?
Yeah, there was a very large woman of super heroine back there. Maybe we'll pass it again.
I want everybody to succeed. I don't know who these people are. But I wish them well, I guess. It's very important to support artists of all backgrounds and stuff.
Oh, I noticed you passed that woman.
Probably more important to
Are you
artists
Godtail?
who are hot.
You are? Who's Satoshi Shiki? That's him. I like your picture. Whatever this is looks nice.
Every picture.
It's good
just
work.
a woman with big cans.
You're a man of culture.
Oh, your artwork is so
You're a
sophisticated.
man of culture.
Yeah, never tell them a drawing or a painting looks nice.
Okay. This is
Luigi Zagaria and Alessio Camardella. Very pleased to meet you both. You have a nice evening.
She looked less than impressed.
Yeah, they were up for selling something, weren't they?
Hey, how's it going? Valentina Pinti, that's you. No? It's not her? Okay.
There was one group of Italians that I annoyed at some point, but I don't see them here, so maybe it was at a different.
There's a comment that says, "I'm on YouTube, Twitter, and drugs."
Kyla Varela. It's very important to promote artists of all backgrounds.
Best 200th episode ever.
I feel like there wasn't enough nice ladies in this place.
I'm already tired.
Yeah, this
So
looks
many
like
artists.
this looks like
You've seen one, you've
sci-fi.
seen them all.
This looks like conventions in the
Jeff Loeb.
70s.
Jeff Loeb sounds
There's
familiar.
like
I know
5
that name.
women.
Wish Yellow Flash was here. Jeff Loeb is a good name.
And
just
Yellow
don't
Flash
remember.
was there.
I mean,
and
I
he only
guess
told me
he.
later.
I'm not exactly him, but I'm inspired by him.
I love that. Did you make it?
That's a long story.
Okay.
But I'm very glad to make your acquaintance. Thank you, madam. You have a nice evening.
You too.
What was she even talking about?
The first woman hitting on you, and you go, "That's a long story." Can't wait.
It like actually got in me.
Jeff Loeb.
Who is Jeff Loeb? That's a known name.
Yes.
Joyce Shin, Arthur Adams. I think we're going to start to head out here. Eric Palicki, the writer. David Marquez.
I sped it up a bit because I'm just walking around.
Yeah, Jeff Loeb did some of the Batmans like around the early 2000s.
Yeah, but it's not
I
a woman,
absolutely
so
like the type
price
of
is
cosplaying we're seeing here these days.
I'm still looking for that life-size drawing that looked like the vampire hunter from Underworld.
I guess I didn't talk to anybody else. I'm just walking around. That kind of sucks. Should have done better.
If you
well.
if you do, oh, what happened then?
What'd you say?
Almost got a face reveal there. Oh,
Yeah,
that
was close.
I did a face reveal. I don't think so.
No. We said almost. The camera kind of went out and around somewhere. And
No, I don't think I saw my face there.
Yeah, Robot Head, I'm sorry AI poked your eye out. I wasn't really going for that, but
Quite violent.
Yeah.
If you do that again, Price, you should mix in being at the bar, having a drink, or collapsed outside, or like put in some other life activities.
You should join me. We should do something together. Why aren't we both? How fun would it be if we went to a convention and did this?
Oh yeah, it'd be awesome.
You could bring your own figurine or whatever it is you want. We'd both be walking.
Swearing at everyone.
By the way, I don't think there could have been a face reveal. You know why? Because I was dressed as sort of like Darkman. Like, people that are talking to me, I'm dressed like Darkman, but I have the puppet in my hand.
Ah, so they can't even see your face.
No, and it's not exactly Darkman. It's like Darkman, but like more... I couldn't get the exact thing that he has, so mine is more like a green. If Darkman was more green and black than like beige and black.
So not like Rorschach, just a different sort of a total face mask covering.
Not exactly. There's some kind of weird green thing, which was more kind of reminiscent of what he has on his face. And I was wearing a hat, I think, also. So there was a hat, there was a green thing, and this like kind of jacket. It was pretty
how
cool.
confused people were. They were looking at you, and there's that, and then you're holding a knitted puppet wearing a crown, and they're thinking, what is this character?
Yeah, so he's got a green scarf around his face and a hat. It would have been perfect for COVID, though.
The thing is that the only people that really like were onto me was that I suddenly got an alert on my phone when I was at the Comic-Con. It wasn't this year, it was like last year, whenever it was, and it said that there was going to be a special LGBT meeting for gamers or something. And I said, man, I'm so curious to see what that is. Like, I just out of sheer curiosity, I had to. And I sat there.
What the hell am I doing? Sorry.
What'd you say?
What the hell am I doing?
It looks like you're
Grok
eating...
seems to think that what you held was a bowl, and what was in your hand was chopsticks. And
a bowl of jelly that I'm eating with chopsticks.
Oh, I thought it was entrails. You're eating bloody entrails.
Good night, Jill. So basically,
I don't know what it was doing either, but I thought it was really funny.
It looks good. I mean, it's kind of cool. I like also the one that, even though mine isn't animated, I think it looks pretty good. This, the one that I made for him, like the Batman version of Robot Ed.
Yeah. Just is that using Grok? Like, is that a paid version to get it moving?
No,
like
that's
that,
just
free
no. Yeah, it's free Grok.
Just
Grok. I got to get onto it. It would help with the video so much. I got to make some of those. Don't know about the jelly and chopsticks, but there'd be something I could do there.
Oh, I think I got a real good one. Give me a second to call it up here.
What were we talking about? Oh, okay. So there.
Sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just saying that it was an LGBT gamers meeting, and I sat there, and I had like I was sitting with a puppet and like sitting as as Darkman, sort of with the puppet. And like there were a few people there looking at me thinking that like they didn't trust me. You know what I mean?
No, they weren't letting their kids to go over and pat the puppet, were they?
No, I think they thought that they're like, basically, let's put it this way. I don't think they thought that I was one of them. Do you get what I mean? The place had like, it wasn't even a packed place, but it had like, some dude that was dressed like, a fairy godmother and things like that. And, between the people that were sitting there and listening to their like, LG conversation, I was sitting there and I actually took out a camera because I didn't realize that I'm not allowed to film there. So I was holding like the puppet and I'm Darkman and I'm filming. And one of them was like really like giving me like, like the stink eye. I think she knew. She didn't trust me because she didn't. I don't know if they have
That's
a radar.
just how lesbians look.
I think they have a radar, and they knew that I wasn't like, I wasn't. It seemed like I had an ulterior motive for being in that room. I don't know if it was the dark man with the puppet and the camera. Whatever it was, they didn't like it. But they didn't say anything, but they seemed to not like it.
Next
I
time,
don't
hand
like
out.
my two heads that look like I've been decapitated.
Next time, hand out U-Haul brochures, and you'll be more welcome.
All right, I'll try to do that. Well, I think that we've done a good stream.
Yeah. Oh, there's an offer. There is an offer on the table from our friend Adam Gray, Robot Head. He says that if you'll show up for for one of his B-side streams, he'll buy the booze and the cigarettes. So.
Oh, well, that's a good deal. I'm up for that. Count me in.
Well,
it'll be an expensive night though. Trust me.
Dude Rosef says best stream yet, gentlemen. Yeah, well, we had a special guest, but thank you, Robot Hat. Thank you for hopping on to the 200 stream. I'm so sorry.
200,
I'm so
and I saw you
sorry,
sharing our private messages, so I thought I better jump on.
I am
and
so
step in.
sorry.
Better hop in.
I can't apologize profusely enough for that. But I will say again that because it's usually me just texting you and inviting you to the stream, all anybody saw was me saying, "Hey, like, do you feel like hopping on the stream?" And you're like, "Not now, buddy."
Now I saw it had my message saying we need to stream from the Outback Steakhouse.
Oh, okay. There was like the tail end of the one with the Outback Steakhouse that we'll do a stream from there. But again, that's not really too much of a secret because I've told people before that when I go to Outback Steakhouse, I usually I take out a camera and take pictures or sometimes like video or pictures of me in Outback and I send them to you.
I was glad you just didn't share that list of all the YouTubers we hate that we put together.
No, but I'm
we were
never
saying
doing it
why we
again.
hate.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. All I was trying to do was send you an invite, but that was very unprofessional of me, and I genuinely feel bad about it.
You just need more than one tab at a time, Price.
I'm going to do better. Like Captain Falcon, I'm going to do better.
You got to do better. Price of Reason.
Oh, God, they're getting spookier. The robot
Yeah, I don't
ones.
know
The teeth that are uncomfortable.
I don't know what's up with Grok. It's very there. It's like it refuses to do anything funny with your head. It's all horror stuff.
Skeletal.
I don't know what's happening down below,
yeah.
but it doesn't look comfortable.
No,
You
it
know,
does not.
Agony and Ecstasy do look very similar in some respects.
Yeah. Kind of like if we can get Price's squid, if we can get Price's squid down at my feet. Oh, I think I have a little Price squid.
Oh no.
I'll hunt that down while you're looking for callbacks.
I'm going to report this stream as sexual harassment against Robohead.
It's robosexual harassment.
Yes. It's not illegal yet, is it? We're allowed to harass the robots.
Oh, it didn't. Oh, wait. This is pretty cool. Man, this is kind of cool. Are you ready, Robot Head?
I am. Well, I don't know after what I'm seeing so far.
Well, hold on one second.
Oh, it looks like he has the metallo kryptonite in the center of his chest.
Can you?
So, Chad, I hope you're enjoying this. Why?
Yeah, no. I was going to do
the
something.
stream and kill the stream. Did we just lose someone?
No,
I don't think so.
I'm hiding my camera for a second in case I get something that shouldn't be here.
Look at that. That's fancy.
Yeah, that looks kind of cool.
Like some sort of Green Lantern type of.
Oh wow! Yeah,
head.
That's very fancy.
Yeah, that's really cool, actually. And then wait a second. Let's see. Give me a second.
Again, I apologize in the chat if you hate Robot Head that you've had to put up with all this.
How do you do the video thing? Why can't I do it?
On Grok?
I'm in Grok, but it doesn't. It only gives me create images and edit image.
Yeah, you have to go to the Grok app itself. When you do it inside X,
Okay, yeah.
it limits what you can do.
Okay. You know what? If I send you this thing, can you animate it?
Yeah, or it's just go grok.com/imagine.
Okay, I got you. Grok.
And then you upload your image, and then it'll animate the image for you.
Okay.
I did these in Grok.
Some
Okay,
cake.
hold on.
Oh, hello.
Animated cake.
You can put Robot Head in those videos.
It was Starfire and Power Girl and
yeah.
Shit, I can't even remember though.
Grok is doing the video stuff on Grok. Sometimes it's pretty good just from a text prompt, but it's really, really good if you give it a starting image to work with. Grok really does a solid job.
It's now making a video of Robot Head, so let's see what it does.
So, any other stream that wants to celebrate their 200th episode, I'll come on and you can make videos of me. Geez, celebrate 200 episodes.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something. Whatever I'm seeing here is pretty cool.
Robot Head will show up so you can jerk him off during the episode.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, are you guys ready? I'm going to show you what I did here. Do you see it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, look at that handsome fellow. That's a natural flying movement, isn't it? Like a drowning in a pool. And as I was turning around, seeing that magnificent buttocks, I thought, "Where's this going? This video?"
Yeah, maybe I could have done better than this, but it's interesting though.
Oh, I found my
what you're doing when I'm not around.
I found my mini price.
Oh, I like mini price.
He seems to be having an effect on you, I must say.
This is getting odd.
This is a bit weird, right?
Yeah, it's getting late.
This is a good time for us to bow out. Professor, do you have the people that were here? Could we have somebody to say goodbye to? Something? Okay. So it's the Phobos, Phantom Monk, Soul RJR87, Bingo Hazmat, Duchess Jennifer 69, Steeple 101, Double R Star, Pure Blood Based Berserker, Dude Bro Seth 420, Cheers, Seshur Gaming Stoff, Citizen 42, Kate Burton 1, Darren Mai, B Hops 1, Timothy Tincliffe.
All right. And on top of some very generous super chats over on YouTube this evening, we had a number of people in the chat with us tonight. Jason Webster, Karate Werewolf, The Real Head Case, Adam Gray, Caleb Levine, Istaphobos, Michael Hassler, Tomahawk 511, Argentum, Anti-Derivative Jill, The Dead Man, Cy Wilson, Unturned Stone, Whalemo 3, Yitis, Vex Electronica, Badfoot, Marla Sharondoff, Samsung, K. Roberts, 91 Okie 27, Malachi D. Wildman, Bayona Rad, Darren M., Corbin Griner, Prophetic Apathetic, Citizen 333, Jonathan Conroy, E. Clay Thomason, Pete Roble, CC Karaoke, Javier Vasquez, Brew 1138, Eddie Rodriguez, Drew Gordon, iLord Corey, Ben X, Captain Zoom, Spiegel, Jim Noxious, The Grimdark, Lasher, Inku123, and Matt Funcool. So thank you all for hanging out with us this evening over on YouTube.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you to our special guest, Robot Head, and our friend of the channel guest, which is the Phobos is also very important. But
even though I feel like I've been molested, but that's a good thing.
No, man, it's been a real honor to share some of your 200th episode with you. And then Robot Head is the cherry on top, guys. Thanks. I haven't laughed this much in a while.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun stream, and I'm really happy that we got to do it. So
Yes.
I guess
Great time this
that's it,
evening.
right?
That'll do it. Thanks
That'll
everybody
do.
for being here.
Thanks for having
Wonderful
me.
evening. Oh,
Happy
thanks for coming,
200.
Robot Head. Always
Thank
happy
you.
to have you hang out with us.
All right, I'm gonna do the thing where we end the stream.
Do that. In that stream.
That thing,
Bye.
timing, everything.
I might keep the Robo Moon with your permission.